Okay, yep.
You ready?
Okay, well, good morning and welcome to the June 28, 2024 meeting and annual retreat of the University of Rhode Island Board of Trustees. The meeting is being held in person at the Fastelli Center for Advanced Engineering with some board members participating remotely. At this time, I will ask Board Secretary Michelle Carreri to conduct a roll call attendance to determine if a quorum is present. Please clearly respond present via WebEx or present in person when your name is called.
Margot Cook,
Present in person.
Armin Sabatoni,
Present in person.
Maria Ducharme, Michael Fascitelli, Charles Fogarty,
Present in person.
Joe Formicola,
Present in person.
Monica Garns,
Present in person.
Neil Kerwin,
Present in person.
Matthew Lenz,
Present in person.
Robbie Luna,
Present via WebEx.
David Moderano, Joseph Matthews,
Present in person.
Courtney Nicolato,
Present in person.
Vahid Onjazieri, Jay Placencia,
Present in person.
Tom Ryan,
Present in person.
Bob Wagand,
Present in person.
Mark Paulange,
Present in person.
Michael Gray, David Caprio,
Present in person.
Melissa Sutherland,
Present in person.
Reva Goyal. A quorum is present.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. I call this meeting to order. A reminder to all members for the benefit of our public audience and the note taker, please clearly identify yourself whenever you comment, make a motion or a second to a motion. Please clearly state yes, no, or abstain for all action items. Board members participating using WebEx are required to keep their cameras on as remote members, and all persons present at the meeting location must be clearly audible and visible to each other. Other WebEx participants are asked to keep their cameras off until called on to speak. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that the University of Rhode Island occupies the traditional stomping ground of the Narragansett Nation and the Niantic people. I'd like to recognize and celebrate the appointment of Bethany Jenkins to the permanent position of Vice President of Research and Economic Development. Are there any proposed amendments to the published agenda? Okay, hearing none. I'd also like to start with, where's Charlie? Charlie brought to my attention that a member of the URI community and a former state senator passed away recently, and Charlie wanted to acknowledge that person.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd ask the board to observe a moment of silence for Walter Gray, who has a long association with this university. He was a journalist, press secretary to Governor Del Sesto, later was a communications professor here, the PR officer and assistant to the president at the university. He took a leave of absence, became a foreign service officer, and then came back and was director of marine resources at the Graduate School of Oceanography before his retirement. From South Kingstown, he served in a number of capacities, volunteer capacities, and was also the president of the town council and served 2 terms in the state senate where I got to know him. He was a member of the class of '90 of the state senate. His wife, Mary Gray, also has a long association with this university, with the URI Foundation. I think she was one of the staff people on board on that. So I'd just like us to recognize his extraordinary service to our state and to this university and extend our condolences to his family on his passing. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. I think it's really important to call out people that are important to the URI community, so I appreciate that. Okay, we have a great agenda today. I'm going to start with the, we had somebody for open forum, but he is not appearing, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right, so we're going to skip open forum. And this morning, we're going to go through the board items, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll start with the governance topics. So the first thing we're going to do is go to report of the chair, which is me. And I wanted to talk about 2 topics. The first is the budget. And Mark is going to talk more extensively about the details of the budget, but there were some areas that I wanted to point out because I think we all have to put into context that what we're achieving with the state is really remarkable. And Mark has this quote that I've heard him say numerous times that we haven't been on an upward trajectory since the Carter administration. So I'm going to steal that line from you. You can take that out of your notes. But it's true, and it's been a pretty tough road for the state university where funding has been difficult. And in the last couple of years, with the work that Mark has done and the government relations team and Armin and the board, we've really made some progress. And I think the state has really recognized the value of the university. So I just want to give you a couple of statistics that stuck in my mind that were important about this year, but also in the context of the trend. So last week, Governor McKee signed the 2025 Rhode Island State Budget Bill. And I think what's really important in there is that URI is provided $110.8 million general state appropriation for our operating budget. It's an increase of 5.4 million over fiscal year 24. If you remember, we got an increase last year. And that operating budget is where we haven't been getting increases. And so we're on a good trajectory because the state believes in what the university is doing. Inside that budget, we were awarded $14 million in capital plan asset protection funding, $20 million in the capital plan funding for our PFAS water treatment plant, and importantly, fully funded $87.5 million for a GEO bond for the construction of a biomedical sciences building on the Kingston campus. And that is a big deal. That's really going to help us accelerate our stance in life sciences, which is really important for the university. In addition to the state budget, importantly, Senate President Ruggiero, with support from House Speaker Joe Shikarchi, established a 21-member special legislative commission to study the possible creation of a medical school at URI. I'm going to talk a little bit about that as well. And this year's budget follows a renewed investment in URI by the state from last year through increased appropriation support and 65.8 million for the athletics complex renewal. So we can't forget about that from last year. Having said all that, there is still work to do. The state appropriation to URI is not at the level that we need it to be in order for us to really achieve the vision and the strategic plan that the president has laid out. But it's really important that we point out the significant progress and the support that we're getting. So I want to express on behalf of the board our thanks to Governor McKee, Speaker Shikarchi, Senate President Ruggiero, and our elected leaders in the General Assembly for their partnership, their support of URI, and their belief in the positive impact that this flagship university has on the economic vitality of the state. I also want to say thanks to Armand, our vice chair, who I wouldn't want to be on the other side of the table from this guy. He really does behind the scenes get it done for us, and we really appreciate your support. And I think the staff of URI, the president, the government relations team, everyone's working together on behalf of the university to get this message out, and it's working. And I think that's really, really important for us. The second topic I had is the medical school. We're going to talk a little bit more about that. The Senate passed a resolution that's going to establish a legislative commission to study the possible creation of a medical school at URI. That commission is going to be chaired by Mark, which is important. It's important for us to feel like we are leading this and not sort of being led around this. And I think what's going to be important, and the questions for the board are going to be around whether this fits with the right vision and strategic plan for the university. It can't be at the cost of something else. And so I am fully supportive of us walking down this road of the feasibility study, of understanding what it would take. There is an acute problem in Rhode Island around healthcare. And I think Mark said this the other day, that we're only one of 5 states that doesn't have a state medical school. And I know from other states and talking to friends of mine that became doctors in other states that they were supported by their state and they stayed in their state to practice because they were supported the whole way through their schooling, but also post school. And I think if we can set up something like that, again, not at the cost of other things that the university is looking to achieve, I think it would be a huge win. So we've got work to do in terms of understanding what the real details, the devil's in the details on this, who we would partner with, how that would work. We have some good learnings from what Brown went through with Lifespan. And you may have seen that Lifespan actually just renamed itself Brown Health, so that's obviously working well. So I think we'll be engaged with this as a board. It's going to be important that we stay really vigilant around this. But I think it's something that we're going to focus on for the next 12 months as we go through the commission. But obviously, if we decide to do it, then it's going to be something the board has to feel really supportive of.
Who's on the commission, Mark?
We don't officially know that yet. When is it going to be released, the commission, the names of the commission? I think it's shortly.
It's shortly. They're working with Mark on that now. It's finalized and Mark's on a day-to-day with them right now.
Yeah, and Lauren Burgess from our government relations is talking to the team of the Senate president to finalize that.
So those are my comments for today. And I think, just keeping in context how well we are doing with the state and the importance of the state to university and the university's importance to the state is being recognized. And that is a turn that we didn't experience up until the last couple of years. So both good measures of traction for our position in the state. So with that, I will turn it over to Mark for the president's report.
Okay, thanks so much, Margot. I want to, first of all, just good morning, everyone. It's great to see you on this slightly chilly Rhode Island morning. And it's a beautiful building, and I really love, if you haven't seen them, the wildflowers that are just out here. So it's good. I'm going to report on a little bit on, obviously, campus news, talk a little bit about government relations, fundraising, and the state budget. But I also want to take some time to talk about our strategic initiatives and look a little bit at the impact on the state. And this will obviously feed into the discussion later this afternoon. So overall, as Margot kindly explained, I think we're in a very positive direction as a university and as Rhode Island's university. So with that, I'm going to, let's see if it works. Thank you so much. So the first thing is that the end of the spring semester, there were many important celebrations. And I just mentioned I'm joined on my right by our provost, Barbara Wolf, and we had just some incredible celebrations around academic excellence with our students, with our faculty. Those were very special moments. We continue to celebrate, and so, for example, Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the top left in the photo there. We hosted Senators Gu and Ujifusa, and as well the mayor of Newport, who you see there, Zai, who gave a wonderful speech. Top right, we continue to host the Special Olympics. They too are very excited about the upcoming transformation to the campus in terms of our sporting. And it's really a growing and it's a marvelous event for the state of Rhode Island. We celebrate, of course, our last day of classes on the quad. It was a nice way for the community to come together. And I just highlight that we had the Inclusive Innovation Conference. This was really the College of Business, Sean Rogers, joined by our Vice President for Community Equity and Diversity, Markeisha Miner. This brought some 200 guests from around the country to join for a day of panels and networking. It was great. Actually, on the bottom right, and some of you joined us for this, I know, but we had the second annual Juneteenth barbecue on the lawn. We had more than 250 members of the community join in. It's growing. It was a really fantastic community spirits, and I thank again our VP for CED, Markeisha Miner, and our AVP, Michelle Fons, who I think might be here today, but anyway, it was really important. And then a highlight on the lower left, they're a little small there, but Kenny Burke, Ryan Carrillo, Seth Pilat, they were awarded a special award from the governor for clean energy for the work on the new solar carport. So if you go to a softball game and you park down there, you will park in that carport. So congratulations to them, and all the community appreciates. We heard the warm congratulations to Bethany as Vice President for Research and Economic Development. Bethany and her team are doing a lot to support and uplift the entire research enterprise, and we're headed in a good direction. One of the things that I'm happy to highlight is, you'll see in the next photo at the top, is in the middle, it's Professor Bangsab Chow. He led the Rhode Island InBrain biotechnology grant. So this has now reached $102 million from the NIH. This is really to support, and it's a collaboration of all the universities, so Brown, Providence College, Rhode Island College, you name it, all schools are involved, and it's really to lift the biotechnology sector and research in the biomedical sciences in the state. So that's incredibly important. I just want to tell you, every day I learn new things about the University of Rhode Island. And during graduation, one of the students said, "You really need to come and see the couple and family therapy program." She was getting her master's in that program. So I said, "Great." So I went to visit the faculty there. And it turns out that we have the original program in the United States. It started in 1985. It's really an outstanding program, and the demand for the graduates of that program could not be higher. We had Erica Lieberman, who's you'll see in the bottom. She just got a very important national fellowship for her work on cancer, and so it's just one of the many faculty members who continues to stand out every day. Next to her is Nicole Logan, who's a kinesiology professor, one of 9 of our faculty who just received support from the Rhode Island Foundation for her work on childhood ADHD. And on the far right, there's a picture. It recognizes the Coastal Resources Center and the GSO, who have been funded through USAID for a $13 million project to work in Madagascar on environmental conservation questions and sustainable development in Africa. So we continue to be a very international university, and I will talk a little bit more about it in this next slide here. In the top is our international engineering program, students that were graduating. This is the oldest and the most successful program. All these students double major in engineering, but also spend a year abroad, where they spend 6 months perfecting their language skills and then 6 months doing a paid internship in the country. So it's a true immersion. And so we have the fastest growing Japanese program in the United States as part of this. The business school obviously is also part of this. So we're quite pleased. I have to say one sports thing on the top right. Our sailing team finished ranked 12th in the nation. Our sailing coach was actually the U.S. Coach of the Year, and congratulations to them and to the pride we bring. A number of our students have been winning key international awards. So we had 10 undergraduates who won Gilman scholarships. We've had 38 students who won Deamer fellowships, receiving funding to allow them to spend a year overseas and again to work on language skills. We have also, we're really delighted. We had 4 students who won Boren Award prizes. And then finally, you'll notice that we've getting ready for the next academic year. We've hosted more than 3,000 students for orientation, and there's always this really positive hope for the future as you meet our new students. Talking about our students, I want to thank all of you for participating in our commencement ceremonies. For all, you are all alums of the University of Rhode Island, and you also spoke to the graduates at the end, and so that was really appreciated. Margot, thank you for all your greetings to the students. Let's see if I can do it now. Margot had 3 points in her talk. So the first was stay active and fit, and so very, very important. The second was save your money. So just put it away, and at the end of a certain period of time. And the third is keep your friends close. You have never laughed, probably you've never cried so much, but you have certainly never had just the thrill and the connections for the rest of your life. These will be some of your best friends forever. So that was, it was very special. We had 3 honorary degrees, Chuck and Deborah Royce, Viola Davis, she gave a talk. We're not going to try to compete with her. That knocked it out of the park. But
how many times have you said, and that is a boss move?
yeah. That no, I've never said it before. But that was amazing.
So good.
I really want to thank Shona. Shona, are you here? I just saw you, but just the team was a small but mighty team that brought together, and it's everyone from obviously operations, the police, the fire department, the safety. It was really appreciated, and I continue to receive very thoughtful comments from parents and friends who came for that. Lil O'Rourke is not here today. She's overseas with her team, but I really want to congratulate her on really reaching and surpassing the capital campaign goal. This was a huge team effort. I want to thank all of you for your leadership, for your personal support. I could not be more proud. This is having a big impact, and it is changing the lives of a lot of students and faculty and staff at the University of Rhode Island. It really sets us on a solid footing for the future. So I want to, again, warmly thank you. This year, we're on target. We had a goal of 33. We're already past it. So work never stops. I will remind that we are in a full-out sprint to expand on the athletics complex. I'm grateful for, and I know the athletic director, Thor Bjorn, is also very grateful for it, for the support that's starting to come in so that we can really revamp and put in a running track. We can take care of the Meade Stadium, softball, baseball, soccer, swimming pool. It's very important. These are community facilities. They are used not only by our students, faculty, and staff, but by many other people. And as you saw the Special Olympics, they appreciate every year coming here. But we also have fine arts. And if you have a chance today at lunchtime to take a walk by, that building is going up. And I, again, want to gratefully thank the state of Rhode Island, the voters who started with the general obligation bond. And then I have to say the Senate president was a very strong supporter. So thank you for the additional RICAP funding. And then obviously the biomedical sciences and the life sciences push that we have for the general obligation bond. I'll touch on that just before the end, but there's a lot to look forward to. Now, a little bit about government relations. So I want to thank all of you, and actually there's a picture of Jay and Courtney talking to the Secretary of State, Greg Amore. The URI Day at the State House was spectacular this year. Thank you, Armin. Actually, you were the host this year. I want to just, it was hard to give a sense but it was really a festival of the University of Rhode Island. It was our students, it was our staff, it was our faculty, it was centers, it was sports teams, it was all the research units, it was talent development, it was so many things that just touch different aspects. And so the speaker, Joe Shikarchi, who I'm standing next to in the bottom, great supporter. It was just awesome energy. And it's a bit like, I view it a little bit like our Juneteenth celebration. First year was fantastic. Second year, even more amazing. Same with URI Day at the State House. It continues to grow. It's important. Our connection, I just want to make a special thank you to our representatives and our local senators, Sue Sanowski and Kathy Fogarty, Carol McEntee, Teresa Tanzi, Tina Spears, you should never do this. Elena's last name properly pronounced, DeMario. Thank you, Elena. I apologize. All URI alums, by the way, and we really appreciate their support. Now, it is normal as part of these meetings that I give you an update on our KPIs, and it's linked to our strategic plan. This is priority number 3 on fostering an inclusive culture. I'll just say that I'm joined by John Stringer and Markeisha Miner, who can help with additional points. I've shown this plot. This is an update. So these are percentage changes, basically our UC number changes as well in student enrollment since 2008. You will see that there are changes. Obviously, the number not specified, you'll also notice is actually going down. So that helps us get a better target of the community. Obviously, 2 or more is growing. It's doubled since 2008. A little bit about our strategic plan. So you'll remember we use the diversity index as a measure. This is the probability if you take a person and you compare them to another person, whether they are in the same ethnic category or not. Our student diversity, so we started this in 2022, was at 0.42. We want to reach the Rhode Island age group. So we're basically looking for high schoolers in Rhode Island, and the goal is to get to 0.49, and you'll see that we're tracking in the right direction at 0.44. Similarly, for our instructional staff diversity, we're looking there nationwide as to what we can do in terms of our diversity, and we're also tracking in the right direction. I want to say that there has been serious efforts on the part of all the colleges to recruit. We have basically diversity officers immersed as part of the colleges that are helping and supporting the recruitment. And so, for example, last year, the College of Arts and Sciences would point to the fact that they hired 13 new faculty. 11 of them are, spectacular, coming from underrepresented groups at the university. And then we have non-instructional staff diversity index where there is work to be done, but it's headed in the right direction. And so this is a little bit a longer time series. You can see that overall, there's sometimes ups and downs, but the trend is in the right direction. I want to talk more about what we're doing to improve on all our KPIs in the strategic plan, and just touch on some key areas where we've focused more resources and effort. But first, let me give an update on the state budget. So on the left, you see how our requests were. In the middle is actually the recommendations that were given by the governor when the governor proposed the budget, and then the final, what the legislature recommended and the governor ultimately signed in. I want to make a special thank you there to the Speaker of the House, Joe Shikarchi, who really worked and stepped up for us. The Senate President also was a very strong advocate. As Margot mentioned, in terms of the operating budget, there is an increase of $5.4 million over last year. And again, I want to thank our South County representatives for their advocacy and support of the University of Rhode Island. We have a URI story. The impact that we have on the state is growing. It's being recognized, and it is important. This is, I've always shown you this curve in 2021 dollars. I'm just going to show you what were the dollar amounts over the years. You'll notice that for a long time, it was flat or going down. And you'll notice here we have tracking up in the last 3 years. It is starting to move up. We have a long way to go, but this is very important. And I really want to acknowledge that we are on this upward trajectory. A little bit about some of our key strategic initiatives over 24 and going forward. One is in the area of communications, and we have really built what I would say is, and I use the royal we, Vice President Matt McDonald for communications and branding has done with his team a wonderful job to really build the brand awareness and really instill the pride in URI. We've taken over the train station in Providence. Wait for TF Green. We will be there. I'm really proud about our billboards, the radio, the TV ads, and those of you that still get newspapers and paper, you will see us regularly. It's very important. I want to say a little bit about research and economic development. So obviously the appointment of Professor Bethany Jenkins, very important. Already she and her team are doing good work to support research concierge service, they call it, but really we want to be able to support faculty to go through the annoying parts of developing grant proposals, and then so the beginning stage, but then also the closing stage on post-award support. We are working closely, our government relations, Lauren Burgess is helping us support with our federal team, Lewisburg, to identify key opportunities for the university at the federal level. So thank you. This year, in terms of celebrations, I do want to thank our human resources team and Vice President Abby Benson for really highlighting and recognizing all our employees with continuous years of service. This was a big deal. It was a fun morning. It was a breakfast, but it was really a celebration of our community. Universities are all about the people and the culture, and this is important for us. And finally, a big part, I'm not going, you've heard me talk about it quite a bit. We need to have a budget model. We need to understand what is the budget model of the university. We need to incentivize, we need to empower the colleges and the deans to really step up and lead. And that's been an important part. That's been a large, so with Provost Barbara Wolf and I, we've spent a lot of time really working on the side of communication. So I appreciate the feedback, and we've spent, 10 town hall meetings and 10 or 11 morning breakfasts getting together to talk about all kinds of different issues with faculty and staff. I'm going to so just highlight a few things on facilities. So we've been able to make some investments in capital planning and in the construction office. This has been key for the university. We have not had that support. You might have heard complaints, but I think now with Abby and team, we're going to be able to move there. We're, as you know, and a number of you have raised this, so thank you, Michael and others who have raised the point about the campus master plan, and so we're moving ahead there. We're able to, for the first time, certainly in the last 20 years, begin to invest in growing some of the faculty members in key areas where there's really excellence and where URI can really continue to lead, and there's a large demand from the students. IT, Gabriel, I think I saw him earlier. Gabriel, yes, is here. We're working to be cyber ready, secure, and compliant. So Robbie Luna has also made that point that that's important. We're supporting in academic services, URI Online, Barb Wolf, Dean Labudi, they're working there. Honors, I want to say in student affairs, Ellen Reynolds, our Vice President for Student Affairs, is really pushing on the student experience, and certainly on Disability Access and Inclusion Office, we are investing and we are going to work more, and you will be hearing more from us in the future. Athletics, we have had really between the athletic director and all the coaches and all the student athletes, really an amazing program at the University of Rhode Island. We have not invested in athletics. And so over time, I started to learn by going to the Atlantic 10 meetings that there were many teams that had assistant coaches. We didn't have assistant coaches, or we didn't support scholarships and so forth in ways that other teams. And it's at the end of the day, you're still competing on the field. They are outstanding students. I just will highlight that the football team had a 3.1 GPA. There was always the goal to be above 3.0. So the coach has 2 goals. That was the first one, and the second is to win the championship. So early days, I don't want to jinx them, but I think they're headed in the right direction. So all of these areas matter, and we need to, as part of supporting the budget, we really need to support the people and the efforts at the university. So I just want to look ahead at certain initiatives that will have impact. We've spoken about some. This is a photo that comes from one faculty member, and if you have a chance, so I learned about him only because I went to the running shoe store, and there was one of our students who was selling running shoes, and I knew he was a student because I had run with him one morning. And so I asked him, so how did the semester go? And he said, great. I was only planning to spend 1 year at URI, but I'm here for life. And I said, what happened? And he said, well, I took this course from Madison Jones on augmented reality and understanding of the environment. So I met with Madison Jones, these great new faculty members connecting with senior faculty, junior faculty, looking at artificial intelligence and how we look at the environment. And then the other one that he really loved the classes of was Jason Jacks. This is a picture, you'll see it in the URI magazine, of microplastics in the coastal environment. And he's doing a lot of work on storytelling about the Narragansett Bay. Now, I'm going to quote him, I'll probably misquote him, but he had a very important point. He said that all climate change is local. And it turns out we couldn't meet right away because he was out in Telluride, Colorado for the film festival. And he was one of 5 competing for the documentary of the year. By the way, 150 nominated, 5 selected. So we're now talking elite competition here, University of Rhode Island. And his story was what he calls a love story. It's the story of a group of women in the Narragansett Bay that are working to protect the marsh sparrow, which is going to go extinct in 2035 because of sea level rise. So it's climate change. So we always wonder, what can you do? But actually, this group of women, also affiliated in some ways with the University of Rhode Island, are working to actually save the sparrow and to help them adapt to the climate change that's going on. So that was his story, and obviously having incredible impacts on our students and inspiring them. So we have spoken about a little bit about healthcare needs in the state and improving health outcomes. I want to remind that we actually have the best nursing program in the universe or the galaxy. We have the best pharmacy program in the university. I get the orders mixed up, but anyway, very good. Psychology, nutrition, physical therapy. We are really Rhode Island's university. We are about prevention. We're about good health. We're about lifelong good practices in terms of health. And having, thoughts about a medical school and really teaming up and bringing into this has been very important. So we are going to be looking at this, and we have to ask ourselves, what will healthcare look like in 5 and 10 years' time? you've all had the issues about having primary care, and some of you, like, well, myself, have yet to have a primary care doctor in the state. So it's a tough situation, but I think it's an opportunity. We are Rhode Island University, strategic priority one. We're helping the state. I want to talk a little bit about the role of URI and really building a thriving life sciences hub. And we've heard Speaker Shikarchi and others have really been pushing. There is a hub, a life sciences hub, of which I serve as a member. It's led by Neil Steinberg currently. And it's one of the important pieces about this is really launching a robust bond campaign in the coming weeks to build our new biomedical sciences building. Couple of things. We have 6,500 students currently studying some aspect of the life sciences. We graduated, a month ago, more than 1,400 that were in this area. So I'm taking it broadly from biomedical engineering to pharmacy. We have outstanding researchers, including some from the Ryan Institute, and some of you had the pleasure of seeing some of our students, undergraduate and graduate students, presenting really important research on Alzheimer's and many other diseases that are hitting our community. What can we do? How can we prevent them? So this is a big deal. If we are going to grow this in Rhode Island, it is really crucial the role that the University of Rhode Island plays in feeding really this the growth of the life sciences sector. If you go to California and you go to the Bay Area, it is not Stanford and UC San Francisco that's really the big feeder. It's actually UC Davis that's playing. So the research land grant out there. We play the same role here in Rhode Island, and ultimately that's going to be important. I know that, companies like Amgen love to hire our graduates, love to work with us. We are attracting companies. We have awesome people, and you got a little bit of a flavor from the presentations yesterday by our students. And finally, I want to talk a little bit about some of our key research that's also going on in areas such as artificial intelligence. The world is changing right now in a big way, and artificial intelligence is here. I just want to again highlight that we have faculty members, for example, in electrical engineering, Jan Sun, in art, Travis Smalley, again, one of these assistant professors who are using AI already in their research and work. In the business college, the Verrecchia chair, Drew Zhang is looking at how we're using AI in advancing business. Madison Jones, who I mentioned earlier, in writing and environment and in nature. And look, we have many people that are using it. It's being immersed in our education programs, but we really have to think about how we can help improve K through 12 education. So we're working with our College of Education there. We're working with essentially across the board. Obviously, pharmacy, it's an important piece around drug discovery, but also healthcare management in the College of Nursing. So we believe that we can lead in AI, and we're looking forward to pushing that. And so finally, I want to thank you all. This was another wonderful year. I appreciate your advocacy, your leadership, your support through my comprehensive review this year. I appreciate it. I know there are areas to work on where feedback is good. It's very helpful in many ways. I have to say again, the best job in the world is to be the URI president. It's just the colleagues, the students, the community, but also the other teams. I'm grateful, and we have colleagues from the union that are here. Obviously, the faculty senate, and finally, I have to say warm thanks to the board of trustees. So awesome board of trustees. So I also want to say I hope you all get a break this summer. It's very important. I know it's not an American thing to do, but you should really allow yourself to have a mental and physical break sometime this summer. So thanks, Margot.
Good advice.
I
Okay.
think, you told us that at the graduation, wasn't that the point?
I mean, I do say that. I don't know if I said it at graduation.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm a believer in vacations.
yeah.
Okay, any questions for the president? Okay, so the next, agenda item is to go into executive session. I'm gonna read the, uh, reasons that we're going into executive session. There are four of them. RIGL 42465A1 for discussion regarding President Berlange's annual self-assessment and performance review and compensation based on merit. RIGL 42465A6 and RIGL 42465A7 for discussion and action regarding the university's pouring rights beverage contract as it relates to or concerns a prospective business or industry locating in the state of Rhode Island when an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the interest of the public, and as it relates to the question of the investment of public funds where the premature disclosure would adversely affect the public interest. RIGL 42465A5 and RIGL 42465A7 for discussion or consideration of student housing as it relates to the acquisition of or lease of real property for public purposes, or of the disposition of publicly held property where an advanced public information would be detrimental to the public interest, and for discussion of matters related to the question of the investment of public funds where the premature disclosure would adversely affect the public interest. And RIGL 42465A7 for discussion of matters related to the question of the investment of public funds, which includes any investment or plan or matter related thereto, where the premature disclosure would adversely affect the public interest, specifically investment in potential programming. President Parlange has been notified that the discussion regarding his annual self-assessment will be conducted in executive session. May I have a motion?
This is Almond, so moved.
Second, Chair Placencia.
Thank you. Any discussion? No, there being no discussion, I'd ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. You can say, Alyssa stays.
So,
Thank you, everyone.
yeah, so.
So we're gonna do the president review first, but then you can come back in. We'll tell you to come back in. after.
So,
You can, no, you can stay for this. Okay, so the board is going to convene into executive session for the reasons specified. It's anticipated that the executive session will last approximately 60 minutes, after which the board will reconvene in open session. The live stream will be paused during the executive session and will resume once the executive session has ended and the board reconvenes into open session. For those board members participating via WebEx, please confirm by saying yes that no other person is present and are able to hear the discussion at the remote location. If you do not automatically move into the breakout session, join the session when prompted on your computer screen by clicking on the Join Now button. Attendees not participating in the executive session will be moved to a waiting room.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay,
We can go into executive.
okay, great.
We're just gonna,
All right.
probably while we're in.
Hello. Oops.
Okay, so we're now live.
Okay. URI Board of Trustees is now convened into open session. The first order of business in open session is a motion to seal the executive session minutes. May I have a motion?
Motion, Jay Vincent.
Second, Joseph Matthews.
Any discussion? There being no discussion, may I have a voice vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Any opposed? Abstentions? Carries. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna do something new today. We'll see how it works. This is an omnibus vote, which means that each of the committee chairs does not have to call their own individual votes. We have to stop and vote on each one. And what I know is that everybody has reviewed the materials and understand what the votes are, but let me just read this. So in an effort to streamline the process during our meetings, the board is resuming its use of an omnibus vote to include approval of the past meeting's minutes and routine committee-related action items that have been fully reviewed by the committees prior to coming to the board for consideration. When called upon, committee chairs will continue to report on activity at their last meeting. Board members are encouraged to ask questions and discuss action items during the committee chair reports. Actions will be taken up in one vote during the omnibus vote. Members may ask that a vote be removed from the omnibus vote if you wish to vote on an item separately, or if the item requires further discussion, or if you wish to abstain or oppose on an item. Committee chairs will no longer cite the motion for each action item, but will state that the committee voted unanimously to approve the item. Okay, so let's start with Mike in the ad hoc special real estate committee report. And if you're satisfied that we don't need to talk about anything, that's fine. But if you have some comments, that's great too.
Yeah, no, I don't have any votes though. So anyway, the special ad hoc committee met on June 6th, 2024. The committee reviewed the presentation from URI's Planning and Real Estate Development Office on the timeline for a typical capital project. I know Ryan Carrillo and Abby and the team went through that. It's typically 4.5 years from when we have a dream to for approval to actually get the thing built. And we looked at potential strategies to reduce that timeline. If that timeline increases the cost as escalators built into all these projections, whether it's 3-4% or more. So every year it costs you a lot more money to do the project. So the presentation included benchmark from other universities, what they thought they could do. And it didn't show the timelines being typically out of whack, but I think there's room here. I think everyone agreed there's probably some taking on risk and parallel processing. I would say 6 months to a year of room to make these things more efficient and save money. So that's something we're going to follow up on. Is that right, Abby? So the other thing is, you know, we have a lot of capital projects going on at the same time. Some prioritize, look ahead. Some of them get delayed a year or two because we don't get the money and the approval. So it's a living kind of breathing organism. The committee requested the university put together a list of strategies for reducing the timeless without sacrificing quality and taking on undue risk. Like, for instance, doing parallel plans. If you don't get the money, you waste the money on doing plans, something like that. And then, you know, I think UConn and UMass had some ideas where they got exemptions. People cited those where they could actually fast track stuff so that, and Rhode Island entities such as the Narragansett Bay Commission and the Quonset Development also might have gotten those exemptions to streamline that process. So the committee looks forward to getting that report back. When do you think you'll have that done?
I think this fall, it's going to be part of a conversation, I think internally about sort of broader efficiency measures we might want to pursue.
Did the other
with how we
purchasing
can place it.
guidelines to make it, the other purchasing guidelines get adopted and approved?
The what
The
guideline?
purchasing guidelines on regular purchasing. We went in the finance committee last year.
The Board of Trustees procurement
Yeah.
regulations, yeah, those have been
So
adopted.
that was
So, but
example where we went through and said, this is costing us money and bureaucracy, and went to the state and got it done.
yeah, so we have a delegation from the state that's not permanent, but it's the Director of Administration gives it to us for $1 million or below for Fund 100 for state funding. So most capital projects are above that $1 million threshold. So we do work with state purchasing on that. The Board of Trustees procurement regulations are for other funds. So gift funds, auxiliary funds. So we still do have to work with the state on our capital project.
Yeah, I'm not saying we're not working with the state, we're just trying to get guidelines that make sense and don't slow things down excessively. It doesn't create undue risk for them or for us. You also, for all of you, I think Mark mentioned the campus master plan. The committee reviewed an update on that. The URI engaged Sasaki and Company, architectural firm to do. And they're pretty well known in international circles, and they've done this for other universities. So they specialize a little bit higher education. Familiar with URI, they're gonna complete. They're gonna kick this off. Did they kick it off in June?
Yeah, we've already started meeting with them, so we're pulling together the campus advisory committee. And we'll have an opportunity to engage with the board and get your feedback throughout the process.
And I think, we had a housing study done, which, we also talked about, I think, a couple of meetings ago. That's going to fit into this. The housing study showed we need more housing, surprise, and fast. So we've talked about this, a social place, integration, a hotel. Lots of things would be kind of vented by this committee, and timelines will be, I think it's really critical for the university's strategic plan. And hopefully we'll get a lot of dialogue with these people and get some good ideas. We have an energy master plan also we're working on, and that's undergoing a comprehensive facilities condition. Trying to go to every facility and say, as Mark says, it's a shithole, or it's good, or it needs repair.
I never use that word.
That's what
In Fox Point, we don't use those.
So now we'll go to.
I just want that attributed right to Pastelli.
Anyway, so we're trying to, when Ryan and Abby go through this, try to look at each of the facilities and part of the deferred maintenance, what we can do, what we need to do, what's essential from a fire and code, does a bit more money to that building make sense? So each of those has its own little thing, and we're going to try to go through all those things comprehensively with the board when we get this analyzed. So the master plan, I think, is critical. I think it's going to be very informative, and we'll share that. When do you think we're going to have that?
We'll have a draft for review for the campus in June, and we plan to bring it to the board for approval in September of next year.
Right. And then we discussed a lot of things in executive session about purchases of land, and obviously the thing you heard about for housing. So that's it.
It's great progress. As Mike said, something we've been talking about for a long time. And I think there is a need to really look at how we can potentially push on timelines with the help of the state. There's a lot of bureaucracy baked into the timelines that we can't do anything about, and we're going to try to figure that out.
We're taking a look, just so you know, we're taking a look at the track as a project that we can explore using some of these different timelines. We have to talk to purchasing about it, but we think that's a good project to push on. So
good. Okay, thanks, Mike. Next is finance and facilities, and Armand is going to step in for Vahid.
On behalf of Chairman Fahid, the Finance and Facilities Committee met on June 10th to discuss and vote on a number of agenda items. We will be voting on these items in the omnibus vote later today, but there are several new action items on the agenda today that weren't reviewed by the Finance and Facilities Committee, which Vice President Benson will discuss. You want to discuss those now or later on?
they're on the committee after the omnibus vote, so I was planning on just doing it after the omnibus vote, just to stay on the agenda, if that's okay.
At our committee meeting, Vice President Benson gave an overview of the university's FY25 budget. As we already heard from the president's report, URI received $5.4 million increase in its annual operating budget, $14 million in RICAP asset protection, and the $87.5 million for the biomedical science geo bond. The committee also discussed actions taken in executive session in April meeting with regard to 63 Briar Lane property, Kingston Pizza, which the university is in the process of purchasing. Vice President Benson provided an overview of the university's 5-year capital improvement plan, ZIP, FY 2026 to 2030, which has a strong focus on addressing the backlog of asset renewal projects. She highlighted changes since April, including the addition of the new public safety building now that an advanced planning study is complete, and that the new zip reflects an increase from last year's zip roughly 580 million. The committee recommended approval of the zip. The committee recommended approval of proposed parking regulation for Kingston campus, noting that there was, which was last approved by the Rhode Island Board of Governors for higher education in 2006. She also noted that the parking fees and penalties are developed and listed by the Office of Transportation and Parking as allowed by the regulation presented here. The committee recommended approval of 4 separate contracts that exceed the 5 million approval threshold, specifically the HVAC maintenance repair for 25-27, First Transit Inc. for 24-25, which is the campus shuttle provider, Performance Food Group at FY 24-25, which supports dining services, and Independence Square Foundation lease at the King Sociology Department. The committee recommended approval of the memorandum of understanding between the University of Rhode Island Foundation and Alumni Engagement, specifically seeking a 1-year extension of the MOU where the terms remain substantially the same. The committee recommended approval of replacement of the deck at the President's House, noting that per the contract between the university and the president, all repairs greater than $10,000 must be approved by the Board of Trustees. Finally, the committee recommended approval of proposed amendments to the facilities and committee charter and calendar. That's my report.
Okay, does anyone have any questions or wish to discuss any of the action items? These are going to be action items 7B through 7F. Or want anything to be removed? Okay, good. Thanks, Harmon. Okay, student life and athletics, Tom.
Student Life and Athletics Committee met on June 14th. Thor and Ellen presented great presentations. I will give you the Cliff Note version in interest of time. Review of athletics. We had 466 student athletes. 35% are minority, with a cumulative GPA of 3.28 for student athletes. 48% were on the dean's list, and we had a graduation rate of 83% versus a university average of 71%. Something we should all be very proud of. Athletics complex update. We had Meade Stadium. Mark mentioned this earlier, will be completed August of 27. I guess we have to find some place to play 1 season. The track and field will be completed June of 26, followed by baseball, softball, and soccer. I mentioned this earlier, but it's interesting. The 3-year game attendance for URI men's basketball, we ranked 5th in the league at just under 5,000. We ranked 2nd in the league for women's basketball, just under 2,000, which is interesting. We're finding ways to do, get more active in driving that attendance. Obviously, winning will help the men's basketball, and we need to do more on the women's side. Ellen presented an overview of health services. We had 29,000 clinic visits last year, servicing 8,000 students, and we had a satisfaction rate of 96%, which is pretty good in any survey. The counseling center, which you remember, we've talked about this in the past. We've had with student health, mental health and wellness issues pre and post COVID. For the first time, our counseling center is fully staffed. We had no wait for appointments. Remember, we talked about this. We had like a week or 2, which obviously is hard to manage. We increased diversity of our staff to 27%, which actually mirrors the student body. We had 6,000 individual visits in the counseling center, which talks a lot about student mental health. Our TELUS health provider is an online provider that we are using now. We've had 3,500 people use it. 64% of the students are using it, so it's obviously working. And to Mike's point, we discussed a lot of other things, but URI housing, we have 5,500 student residents now as of October 15th, which is about, no, it's 5,500 total students. We did a survey and the results found that 75% of the students were happy with the housing.
Maybe we should build the new one, that'll be really good.
Yeah. I guess they don't have that adjective Mike used in the other one, but.
They don't have anything else to compare it to.
Currently, we're in the process of, as was mentioned, building some undergraduate and graduate dorms that will house 1,100 students. And that's my report. No action items.
Okay. Any questions for Tom?
I have one. Well, I don't know where if Lil's here, but in terms of fundraising, Tom, not at nil, you went through that. And again, this coordination, women's basketball went out and trying to seem to raise money. The practice facility, we got the athletic. Is that all being coordinated? And
yeah,
through Thor, are you doing that, or how is that working? Because again, we get these requests they're all nil. The women's basketball, the practice facility, so I think we have to do a really good job coordinating that and prioritizing that.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, it's certainly any athletic facility or any athletic annual fundraising would go through athletics, Garrett Waller, myself, in terms of setting priorities and then working through the foundation for communication, marketing plans associated with that. And then certainly based on donor interest, we'll have various discussions. Then we do throw NIL into those conversations now, which is relatively new in the last couple of years. So that would all be coordinated through athletics. Also, though, I don't want to speak for Lil's team, but I know with Garrett, he'll have pretty in-depth conversations with his counterparts at the School of Business or engineering or whatnot to see if there's comprehensive asks that can be made and so forth. Because that's obviously an incredibly important piece, especially from an athletics perspective. We don't have graduates from athletics; they're all from the different colleges. But our student athletes and fan base certainly has that affinity connection to us. So that sort of coordination is really important.
We're doing a better job in the second year of NIL coordinating it with Lil, because you're right? People are getting asked for contributions for scholarships, for buildings, and at the same time, we're hitting them in NIL. So we're trying to coordinate it with Lil. And NIL, as you know, is not tax deductible. It's a whole separate story.
That's such a miss.
What's that?
To not make it tax deductible. I don't even get
Yeah,
it.
I will say there are some schools that made it tax deductible. They have a tax, but the IRS has opined on it that they don't think it's a charitable organization, but some schools, one located in Stores, has a nonprofit NIL and has a for-profit NIL. And what would happen is if in fact the IRS felt it was a violation, the school would not have a problem. The athletics group would not have a problem. The donor would have a problem.
The donor.
Right. So we've decided not to go that route now. I will tell you, others are looking at it just because of the sheer size of the absolute numbers now are astonishing. And people, they have foundations or charitable giving, and they're saying it's hard to separate that from a taxable event. So
Yeah.
more to come.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Let's go to academic affairs and research with Neil.
Yeah, thank you. Academic Affairs and Research Committee met on June 17. It was a full agenda. We considered 3 reports, one by our Chief Academic Officer, one by our brand new Permanent Vice President for Research and Economic Development, and kind of the inaugural report from Markeisha Minor on our statutorily required report on diversity, equity, and inclusion. We had 2 discussion items as well, having to do one with our current enrollment situation. And actually, I think Markeisha's was also a discussion item, if I'm not mistaken. We have 3 action items for the full board to consider in your enclosure. One having to do with the granting of tenure, which is an action we take this time every year. One involving the creation of a new academic program, which has clear promise And the third is a rather sad duty of ours, and that is to approve the granting of a posthumously awarded degree. I think it's also important to note that we went into executive committee. We discussed 2 items in executive committee that have already been considered in the executive committee of the full board. Seeing that we've got a 5-minute limit on our report this morning, and since I've taken 2.5 of it, I'll ask our Chief Academic Officer and our Vice President for Research and Economic Development for very brief overviews. I think Barb will probably focus on enrollment, and Bethany will talk a little bit about the work we're doing on our relationship with the foundation.
Great. Thank you, Chair Kerwin. In terms of enrollment, summer enrollment, we have seen that is up 9% with more than 4,750 students enrolled to date. Our Pell completion is up 15% with 722 students total to date. And these successes clearly contribute to priority number 2 in terms of student success for Focus URI. If we look at fall of 2024, we received a record number of 26,962 applications, over 1,500 more than the previous year. Unfortunately, the current FAFSA challenge continues to impact our yield of new students as well as every institution of higher ed across this country. Our target is 3235 for the fall, and we have 3216 at this point. Nationally, many schools are struggling and working post June 1 to solidify new student enrollment. Our team is working very hard on this 24/7, and we are monitoring summer melt very, very closely. For FAFSA, we really do want to thank our dedicated team in financial aid. They awarded financial aid to over 14,000 students and families in this difficult time with how FAFSA was rolled out. And many students and families are still struggling with the new system, and we continue to work with them because we want to make it easy and accessible to be here at URI. The other piece is we have orientation going on. Today is our 9th orientation session for new first year and transfer students. And Dean Labuti is advising these individuals as we speak. And in terms of our transfer enrollment, our target is 520 students. We have 475 students so far, which is more than we generally have at this point in time. So the pool will continue to develop over the summer, and we look forward to welcoming our new students.
Thank you, Barb. Any questions for our Chief Academic Officer?
I have one.
Please, Tom.
Barbara, have we done any studies to see the connection between the U.S. News World Rankings of universities and athletic achievement for NCAA teams on their applications?
No, we haven't looked at that.
It'd be good to see that so people to understand it, because I'm not so sure. I mean, all universities are feeling the same pressure, depending on where they are in rankings and depending on where they are in athletic achievement.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Barbara? All right. Bethany?
Yeah, thanks, Chair Kerwin. I'll keep my remarks brief. First of all, I wanted to thank President Parlange for highlighting our excellent student researchers and inviting them to dinner last night. I just am so proud of them. The second thing we talked about in the committee is essentially the statutory creation of the URI Research Foundation. That should be an enclosure, the full statutory language that was brought up at the last Board of Trustees meeting. And so we're looking at the founding intent. I've been talking to a lot of colleagues across the country about relationships they have with similar entities, but I just wanted to remind you in General Statute 1632(1-2), the creation and powers of the URI Research Foundation was really for developing scientific research, technology, commercialization of intellectual property, and such other purposes as may be necessary to develop, promote, and enhance scientific research and technology at the University of Rhode Island, and that it was authorized, created, and established for the benefit of the University of Rhode Island. So we're working to gather to align our relationship between the university and the University of Rhode Island's Research Foundation. The other thing I will say that in plan for the September board meeting is a report of their financials. So we'll be running that through committee and then presenting that information. So thank you, Chair Carwin.
Right. Just two things in conclusion. One is that the enrollment situation here at the university is very strong relative to what I'm hearing nationwide. There are a number of both public and private institutions experiencing some severe enrollment disappointments, at least so far in the process. A lot of it has to do with us managing the FAFSA process as a hands-on job, and that did not seem to occur to the extent I would have expected it to at a lot of universities. If you haven't followed that, the rollout of the new FAFSA process at the Department of Education has been a nearly unmitigated disaster. And it's required, a tremendous amount of work by Dean and his team. The second, as you'll recall, on the subcommittee that Tom and I reported on sponsored research some time ago, we did begin to ask questions about the Research Foundation and the degree of compatibility between its mission and ours. I want to commend Bethany for her work and Mark and Barbara as well. We're going to get closer and closer, I think, to a resolution of that, and it can do nothing but greatly benefit the research program here at URI. That's it.
Good, and agree. Thank you. Okay, next is, and just to note that items 7G and 7I will be covered in the omnibus vote, and they were voted unanimously in the committee. Institutional risk, Vice Chair Matt Lenz.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Madam Chair. The Institutional Risk Committee met on June 17th. We had 4 discussion items and 1 action item. The discussion items, we started with our cybersecurity update. Again, we visited the February cybersecurity incident report. Happy to say that there's no evidence of unauthorized ransomware or access to sensitive data. We also went through the steps that are being taken to help prevent those in the future. I will say we are making great progress by implementing multi-factor authentication and single sign-on, which would have prevented that incident in the first place. We're also taking other steps to improve our cybersecurity here at the university. I know it's not the most eye-catching topic, cybersecurity, but I think it's one of the most important things that we're doing here at the university to improve. I will say that, while it's not eye-catching, it does give great exposure and liability if we don't take it seriously, and we need buy-in from all employees here on the steps that we're doing. So great work by the Chief Information Officer and the staff there. Our next item that we went over was the Enterprise Compliance Program, just an overview of what we're doing and how that program works. We have over 300 statutes and 350 regulations that the university has to comply with. So we have a robust enterprise compliance program that takes best practices to achieve those goals. So we went through that, and that'll be, I think, a yearly update. Next, the next discussion item was the plans for URI's external auditor for the audit plan for FY24. Very standard from what we did last audit plan. They're going to move forward with it. They'll give us the report in the fall. And then finally, we went through Title IX regulations. That's finally moving forward, although the Supreme Court just eliminated the Chevron deference doctrine a couple hours ago. So we'll see how that works for rulemaking in the future. But we are moving forward at least at this time on that. Any questions on the discussion items? All right, hearing none, the committee did vote unanimously and recommends that the board approve action item 7G as listed in the omnibus vote. It's the charter and calendar updates. Happy to provide any answers to any questions.
Good, thank you. I think it's 7J, but thank you.
7J, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Okay, last is Governance Committee. Courtney.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. The Governance Committee happened to meet this morning and had a number of items and discussions. Really, we'll highlight a couple of those in the retreat, so I'll defer to our conversations later this afternoon. We do have 3 items and things that were approved for recommendation to the board today, which are also in the omnibus. There was amendments to the URI Board of Trustees remote meeting participation policy. That is in reflection of some legislative changes that have been made. We have another one is approval of amendments to the university policy on the approval and execution of contracts and other binding documents, which Dan Buse shared details on that. And then the third item was something we've been waiting on. We've been waiting on the Board of Education to provide details on adjustments to their policies, including Title IX. And we also took it, Kara Larson took advantage of the time to combine two policies that we have. So the third item is the approval of a URI Board of Trustees non-discrimination and sexual misconduct policy for approval as well. And any questions? All right.
Terrific, thank you. All right, last is the Executive Committee and the Compensation Subcommittee. We met on June 25th. We discussed the President's performance review. We discussed an action item that I'm going to introduce in a second. And I had a very similar discussion that we did today around the President's performance, as we talked about in executive session. Any questions on that before I go to the action item? Okay, so may I have a motion that the University of Rhode Island Board, so this is in regard to our discussion around a one-year extension for the University of Rhode Island Board of Trustees between us and Rhode Island Council 94, AFSCME, AFL-CIO Local 145, to get a one-year extension for, doesn't say it here, but it's part-time faculty. And so we had a discussion with in the board around that, and we approved it in the executive committee. So may I have a motion that the University of Rhode Island Board of Trustees approve a one-year extension to the agreement between University of Rhode Island Board of Trustees and Rhode Island Council 94, AFSCME, AFL-CIO Local 145, which is part-time faculty, per the memorandum of agreement extending collective bargaining agreement through June 30, 2025.
So moved.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, may I have a voice vote? All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Okay, the second item for approval, which is separate from the omnibus, is around President Parlange's annual bonus, which we discussed in executive session. So may I have a motion that the URI Board of Trustees approve an annual compensation adjustment for President Parlange based on merit as discussed in executive session?
Moved.
Second, I heard from, was that Mike? Okay. Any discussion? There being no discussion, ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, the next item is the omnibus vote. So before proceeding with an omnibus vote to approve the past meeting's minutes and committee recommended action items listed below, are there any action items for which any member has any questions or would like to discuss, oppose, remove from the omnibus vote? Okay, hearing none, may I have an omnibus motion to approve agenda action items 7A through 7N as recommended and presented.
Charlie Fogarty, so moved.
Matt Len, seconded.
Any discussion? Hearing none, may I have a voice vote? Please say, all in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Look at that. Look what we did there. Amazing. Okay, so, all right, we have one more additional action item. Then I'm going to change the agenda a little bit. So this additional action item we have to do because it's above a threshold. So, and this has to do with approval of the capital improvement plan, which was discussed in committee, but Abby, want to make a couple comments?
Yeah, so the full board reviewed the capital improvement plan in April, and the Finance and Facilities Committee recommended approval to the full board at their recent meeting. But since then, we realized that there was a discrepancy in the cash flow for the project in the FY25 final appropriation. So when the Finance and Facilities Committee met, it was a draft, and when it's since been finalized, essentially when the funding shifted from SFRS, so federal funds back to RICAP. If you recall, the governor's budget suggested that it go from federal back to RICAP funds. The cash flow in the out years was not adjusted in the final legislation, which meant that we have a limitation in FY24 and not having enough funds to move forward on the project. So we've been in touch with the Pandemic Response Office that managed the federal project, and also OMB, who's now managing, working with us on the RICAP funding. And they have committed to trying to rectify the discrepancy in the next governor's budget, but we need to move forward and keep the project going. So we're going to put some of our utility bond funding towards the project, and we are hoping that we will get the additional $1.7 million. That's the discrepancy in FY24 in the next governor's budget request. So the goal of this item is to just let you know that on the SIP that was already approved or recommended for approval, we have one change, which is to change the PFAS project from $20 million to $21.7 million in the SIP, in the recognition that there's going to be, we hope, an addition in the governor's budget next year, and we're applying funds. So it'll essentially make us whole. It's outlined in the memo. I know it's a bit complicated, but we want to make sure that we allow for OMB, if they give us that extra 1.7, to make up for the discrepancy that it's in the total project costs in the SIP. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about this. That's the only change from what's been seen by the committee.
Makes sense. Anybody have any questions? Okay. So may I have a motion that the URI Board of Trustees approve the University of Rhode Island capital improvement plan for fiscal year 2026 through 2030 as presented?
So moved. Solomon.
Got a so moved second? Yeah. Okay, there being no discussion, or sorry, any discussion? There being no discussion, I'd ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, this is the very last one, I promise. This is back to Abby. This is a contract between the University of Rhode Island and Oracle.
So this was not included in the omnibus vote because it was not considered by the Finance and Facilities Committee, which was a result of an error on our part, which was that we didn't identify it early enough. This came in towards the end of the fiscal year and wasn't flagged appropriately. It's essentially an extension to our contract with Oracle, which is our ERP system, our finance and administration system. So we're seeking board approval to extend the contract. And the original contract amount is 5.1 million. The new contract will be 6.2 million. The board has not considered this contract before the policy went into effect, so we're bringing it to you for approval. So it's for our ERP system. It's an extension of our contract for our ERP system with Oracle.
So it's already in place.
It's already in place. We're extending it. The total contract is above the $5 million threshold. The board hasn't considered this in the past, which is why we're bringing it to you for approval. We would have brought it to Finance and Facilities, but it wasn't flagged at the right timeline. That's why it's a separate action item from the omnibus. So it's keeping our existing system in place for one more year. Yes, so this is a 1-year extension. We are contemplating a new ERP system, which we'll be sharing more with the board on, but we need to keep our current system in place.
And did you note there was a $1.1 million, it's increased by 1.1 million or something like that? Did I hear 5.1 to 6.2?
Yeah, so the original contract amount is 5.1, so we're extending it by a year. So the 6.2 is the total, so it's a $1.1 million for the annual charge. And it is a bit of an increase from what we have seen in the past. We negotiated with Oracle, so it's an 8% increase.
Wow.
Prior, it was smaller than that. So this is kind of the state of the world we're in, but we did work to get that to 8%, and we feel that that's a favorable price.
Okay. So may I have a motion that the URI Board of Trustees approve an amendment to the contract between the University of Rhode Island and Oracle America effective June 28, 2024 as presented?
Monica Garn, so moved.
Joseph Matthews, second.
Any discussion on the motion? There being no discussion, I ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion carries. Okay, so Markeisha, what I'd like to do is I want people to pay attention to what you have to say. So I want to take a quick break, grab lunch, maybe like 10 minutes, and then come back and we'll go to Markeisha for her presentation, and then we'll go right into the retreat. Does that sound good? Okay, thank you. All right, so without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to Marquisha to walk us through what she's thinking about and how she's approaching her role here at the university, which, as I said, we're extremely supportive of. So go ahead, Marquisha.
Thank you so much, Chair Cook. First, for letting the group take a break before I talked. You love a supportive chair, and you love a board that's had a chance to stretch and be fit. But thank you seriously for creating the space for this conversation. So I was just telling Chair Cook that the legislature created a mandate for this report. But you as a board have shown your commitment by making the time and space to have a conversation and to engage. And thanks to Committee Chair Kerwin too for creating the space in the Academic Affairs Subcommittee for us to have this discussion. So I've been here not quite 6 months yet. I'm grateful to be in Rhode Island, as we were talking earlier about the decisions that have come out nationally in the climate. I wanted to tell you a little bit about my approach to this work and what we're doing here and give some highlights of the report. I talk about the Office of Community Equity and Diversity as cultivating community, enhancing equity, demonstrating diversity, and that this work of diversity, equity, and inclusion has to be built in, not bolted on. And what do I mean by that? It can't be separate. It can't be siloed. It has to be integrated into the very fabric of the university. And so here in Rhode Island, I say we have to anchor inclusion in everything that we do. And so I'm grateful to my colleagues on the leadership, because it's not just the Community Equity and Diversity Office. Every division, every college is committed to this work as well. And so with that, you have the report. It's about 40 pages. I know you have a full agenda, so we won't spend too much time on it, but do want to give some highlights. In addition to the numbers, though, we're focused on increasing the capacity of the community to connect with each other first and foremost. Thanks to our president for going over the KPIs. But part of strategic priority 3, it's enhancing a culture of recognition and excellence. So we reinstated the Inclusive Excellence Awards this year, brought the community together. We were designated a top 10 military-friendly university, which again is a testament to the commitment, the interdisciplinary commitment, if you will, across the university to support our military-connected students. And we've increased our collaborations with our partners in the Office of Equal Opportunity, HR, and others to work on employee onboarding, to make sure our staff, faculty, students know their rights and responsibilities as Rhody Rams, and to continue to assess our faculty and staff experiences and what would enhance their sense of belonging. And we continue to see results with the work. Our most recent entering class in fall 23 was our most diverse class ever. 30% are first in family. I'm also a first generation graduate, so I was glad to see that. 3,000 are Pell Grant recipients, demonstrating our commitment to socioeconomic diversity. Just over 1,000 participate in our talent development program for Rhode Islanders who are from disadvantaged communities. And since 1968, 4,000 folks in that program proudly call themselves members of TD Nation and are contributing to our state. 2,079 students are registered with our Office of Disability Access and Inclusion. And I know my colleague Ellen Reynolds can attest how much that number has grown in recent years. 369 of our students identify as military affiliated. And by that, we mean that they are a veteran, they use dependent benefits towards tuition, they're on active duty, or are receiving a National Guard tuition waiver. And about a quarter of our students are from racially and ethnically underrepresented backgrounds. 58% of undergrads and 61% of graduate students are female. 22% of all faculty are from racially and ethnically underrepresented backgrounds. 27% of the tenure track faculty are from those backgrounds as well. Just over 50% of all faculty identify as female, and 37% of full professors with tenure or on the tenure track are female. And with staff, 11% are from racially and ethnically diverse backgrounds, which is up from 9.8% a decade ago. And the percentage of female staff has increased to 61% from 58% in 2014. So again, President Parlange presented on the KPIs earlier today, but we continue to focus not just on what the legislature requires, but on things you have monitored in the past. We will be working in the near future on the next iteration of the climate survey. Because in addition to our compositional diversity, again, we want to know what folks' sense of belonging is here, their likelihood of encouraging others to study, to work, to teach here, and their sense and knowledge of the available resources and where to report if they see or know of concerning conduct. So again, I'm so grateful to be here in Rhode Island, to be in partnership with each of you, to move the University of Rhode Island forward and to continue to build on the success that we've had here. I'm open to any questions, and I know you have a full agenda, and wish you a great day.
Markeisha, I'll start with one, and I don't have a ton of data to back this up, so it's all anecdotal, but when I was at graduation, and we went through the 8 ceremonies, what I observed was that it seemed like in a number of the schools, the student population was much more diverse than the faculty population. And I think our data does support that. I think it's getting better. But what are your observations around that?
Thank you for that question. I think that's correct. So our faculty data as a whole is beginning to mirror the student population, and or at least moving in the right direction. But we did in this year's report, thanks to my colleague John Stringer in institutional research, we disaggregated the data so we can continue to track. And we will continue to look more closely by college, by division, by role. So hence drawing out the data for our entry level tenure track faculty. For example, you see a lot more diversity at the assistant professor level than the full professor level. Over time, as we retain those faculty as well, and they continue to grow, we hope to see those full professor numbers grow as well. You heard the president talk earlier about the great success in the College of Arts and Sciences with recruitment in partnership with their Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Officer, working very closely with the dean. And as they achieve success and continue to share out what's working with other colleges, we hope to see that progress continue.
So maybe a follow-up question is, how do you like, and I know this is early days on this, but it feels like it's a bit decentralized. So how do you think about what should be centralized and what should be decentralized so you can have an influence on that?
And so I do believe in diversity in all respects, right? And so what works in the College of Pharmacy may not work in the College of Environmental and Life Sciences, for example. But there are some things that should be shared across, right? So things like our approach to recruitment and hiring. We can work together on rubrics for what we're looking for, or to make sure we have rubrics across the board. We can work to make sure that our JEDI, our Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion officers have similar responsibilities, even while giving their deans flexibility to task them with projects in the college. The university has had the University Diversity Council, which during COVID, its work slowed a bit. And so we're looking to reconstitute that council to build on what we've already had, but to really task them with having a coordinated overarching structure so that we're not reinventing the wheel or duplicating efforts, but again, can learn from one another and not have so many silos in the work.
Right. Thank you. Other questions, comments? Joe?
What's keeping you up at night?
Supreme Court decisions. I'm a recovering litigator, so 15 years, and so grateful for a list to be worried about that more. other things that keep me up though at night are making sure that our students, faculty, and staff do feel a sense of connection and belonging here, right? We can work on the numbers and we need to continue working on the numbers, but it's more about how they feel when they walk on this campus, when they're sitting in their classrooms. And then the center, we don't see that as much. And so it's really about infusing, again, throughout the culture, what it means to be a Rotary Ram. My first day, I got to go to a women's basketball game to see how passionate our alumni are, to see how dedicated our student athletes are, to see their students, their fellow students cheering them on. I want to make sure that every faculty member, student, and staff member here have that same welcoming embrace in our community. It doesn't keep me up, but to make sure that we're putting the structures in place to replicate that for everyone, not just the newest hires in certain roles.
Yeah, I would agree with your, oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Monica.
No, I would agree that, we found in work we've done that belonging really is the key tipping point to make people feel that connection. And so I'm really glad to hear that you're focusing in that area. And just, the challenge I would have is just continue to look at, when you talk about faculty and staff is typically underrepresented communities, people of color, they hit a point and they can never get past it and they leave us. And so as you start to track and say, what are we doing to connect with people that are at lower levels that want to ultimately be tenured professors, et cetera? How do we make them feel a part of the community and see that there is an opportunity for someone that looks like me?
Yeah. Thank you for that.
So I know it's only been 6 months since you've joined, just observations as you come in and you feel support, and how are we doing as a university based on your experience?
Thank you. This university has great commitment and we've begun investing the resources to do the work sustainably, because that is the challenge, right? We can have fits and starts, but with the JEDI officers, with the center directors, we work with the identity affirming centers, military and veterans education, gender and sexuality center, multicultural student center, at the Women's Center. So we have this group of people coming together and collaborating more. But again, work, it's not the super visible or super exciting work, but it's the necessary work of bringing these folks who have been in disparate corners of the university for a long time together as one team and seeing themselves as connected to one another and not just doing their own thing. And having resources to marshal the great work that they're doing and to replicate and sustain that for the long haul.
Right.
And your leadership and the things you're doing that I know we'll hear about later, it makes it very encouraging to come into a new place, to see that from the board, from the president, from the provost, the cabinet, all the way through, we can point to examples of modeling and measuring what matters here.
Other questions or comments? So we're here to support you. And if there are things the board can be doing, whether it's bringing in speakers or advancing things that you're thinking about, please feel free to call on us.
Thank you.
We appreciate your work. Thank you. Okay, now we get to the board retreat part of the day, and we're going to do a little switching around. I think we're going to jump right into the state of healthcare in Rhode Island. Courtney's going to introduce this panel, and then we'll come back later to our self-assessment discussion.
All right.
Over to you, Courtney.
Thank you. And we're really excited to have this conversation. We've been talking a lot about healthcare. We've been talking a lot about the state of healthcare in Rhode Island. So I've asked some folks that you know and some folks that you may not know to join us in a conversation. First is Joseph Matthews. And you may not know him, but he's a great guy.
Who's that guy?
He is the board chair at South County Health. Maria Ducharme, another gem, is the president at Miriam Hospital. Dr. Larry Warner, I'm going to just mention, he is not here because I'm his boss. He is here because he's one of the most, I think, decorated and well-known public health experts in the state of Rhode Island.
All right.
He has his doctorate in public health from Johns Hopkins University, where he studied health equity zones. He also sits on the Governor's Council, actually chairs the Governor's Council for Behavioral Health. So I needed to brag a little bit. So thank you, Larry. And Martha Wofford is the president and CEO of Blue Cross Blue Shield. And I sit as a corporator on Blue Cross Blue Shield and really have been exceptionally proud to see the direction that they're going. Primarily, I've seen and got the chance to work with them on a program called the Rhode Island Life Index, which really we'll talk about as part of our conversation today. So want to start with asking this to the whole group, but I'll ask Joe to start. Boston Globe noted that the healthcare system is collapsing. The Rhode Island Monthly says that we're in a healthcare crisis, and the Rhode Island Current recently called the system sick. So what do you believe is the greatest challenge facing the Rhode Island healthcare system? Joe?
Reimbursement rates are a significant issue, are the issue. In the healthcare system, it's a three-legged stool. There's Medicare, Medicaid, and third-party reimbursement. And those legs are short relative to both Connecticut and Massachusetts, somewhere to the extent of about 20–25%. So the same operation that's done in Rhode Island, the healthcare delivery systems and the physicians or the providers are paid 20–25% less. That's one of the reasons you have difficulties, Mark, in finding a primary care physician, because you can live in Rhode Island, but you can practice either in Connecticut or Massachusetts.
Great. Maria, how about you?
Sure. I know, Courtney, you asked the question about the one thing. It's hard to choose just one in healthcare because I think they're so intertwined. I think another, in addition to reimbursement rates, is access. And if I were to say, like use one sentence, what's the challenge? Is access to high quality, compassionate, integrated, and holistic care, because it brings in all of the other things. Access brings in the workforce, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. It brings in the presence of services across the continuum. Compassionate brings in burnout. I'm sure some of us will address that today as well. And integrated care, we have navigators to help patients navigate their care. It shouldn't be that complex that we have to have people that work with folks to navigate them through a very complicated system. But it is, and we do need these people. And holistic, where are we providing care? What's the appropriate level of care? Martha and I were just talking just before, and I was talking about some of the programs that we'll probably get into later. But she said, I wasn't aware that you were doing that work. And we should be working together and aware of what each other's work is. So it's a highly complex and many, many issues. The other thing, I think we talk about preventative care, and we don't do really well with preventative care. It's more about acute care. And we talk about affordability, and affordability is important, especially as it relates to, I think affordability ends up meaning equity, frankly, for many people. But how can we make care affordable when we haven't organized it in the correct way? So when patients are receiving care at very high levels in the hospitals, in the emergency departments, but not in the preventative areas where they should be receiving care. So I think there's many others, but I will turn it over to my colleagues to highlight some of the others.
Great. Good doctor.
I would add, I agree with everything that's been shared so far. I would add that we have a very complicated and complex system, and it requires a significant level of health literacy to navigate, and we don't make it easy for patients to navigate our systems. And we're increasingly recognizing that we need to assume a lower level of health literacy as people are both making decisions about the resources, in many situations, limited resources that they have access to that promote health, But then when they require accessing the healthcare delivery system, then it becomes complicated to navigate primary care, specialty care, hospital and out of hospital outpatient resources and services. So just being mindful of the actual health literacy that the average person or patient has compared to what we have built our healthcare delivery system around, some assumptions that might not be actually true.
Martha.
I agree with all of those points. I just wanted to say, first of all, how proud we are at Blue Cross to support Rhode Island customers and members, including the state of Rhode Island, including the University of Rhode Island, and hats off to the work you've done to invest in the health and well-being of your employees. I think that it's a balancing act that we're trying to achieve between affordability for Rhode Islanders and stability for providers. And I think we do have really big structural issues that we need to face. We have a disproportionate share of government funding in the state of Rhode Island. We only have 25% of healthcare that's paid for by commercial insurance. That's very low. It's much lower than our neighboring states. It's also, there are some states that have close to 50%. So we're just at this big structural challenge. And then secondly, government funding, particularly Medicaid, is really, really low. There has not been an annual process to review Medicaid rates in this state. They actually put out a study that showed that some rates have not been adjusted since 1993. So 30 years of no cost of living adjustments, if you can imagine what that's like. So we just have that Medicaid leg of the stool, to use your analogy, Joe. It's particularly short, and the whole sort of stool is off balance. So it's a big issue. And then to Maria's point, the reimbursement issues drive access issues. And so we were talking about long-term care. It is in absolute crisis. I think 6 nursing homes have gone out of business in the last couple of years, and more are on the brink. And what that means is not just disruption for those individuals, but it also means that the hospitals have patients they can't discharge to that care setting, which then means they can't admit people, and you got people stuck in the ED and boarding, and it just has a whole ripple effect throughout the healthcare system. Primary care is also really struggling. We're seeing a rate of retirement that is very, very high and very concerning. And I think everybody here knows, but primary care, to your point on prevention, it's the absolute keystone of a well-functioning healthcare system. So you want access to preventive care. You want people to get in to get issues addressed before they escalate, before they need urgent attention, which is not the situation anybody wants to be in, and it's really expensive for everyone. And so I think it's absolutely critical that we accelerate our investment in primary care, and I hope we'll have more time to talk about that. I'd love to talk more about what Blue Cross is doing in this area. The last thing I would leave you with on this question is just job growth. Rhode Island is not a state that's friendly to business. We layer in more and more mandates. And what happens then is that we curtail job growth, and employers who can choose place workers in other states, or they just reduce the number of jobs. There's actually a piece in the Wall Street Journal about a study that came out this week that shows this across the whole country of as you raise hospital rates, what actually happens to the number of jobs, which is that they get cut the next year. So we just need a way to find this balance and to drive job growth so that we can get people with living wages, with insurance that provide that stability and top line revenue for providers.
I want to stop here and see if there's any follow-up questions that folks might have based on their responses. Okay.
Courtney, I had a question.
Go ahead.
And I don't, if this is too long, just tell me, but I don't have enough understanding of reimbursement rates. And then Martha, you said 80% versus 20% government versus private funding. And so just take a second on it. Is that within the state's ability to change that, or how hard is that to put us on the same playing field as other states?
It's a larger economic issue, right? So 35% of the states on Medicaid we have a problem with the jobs that people have. A lot of those people have jobs, but they are not making enough money to pay for groceries and rent and all the things that they need to, and they make below, the ratio to the federal poverty level is such that they qualify for Medicaid. So that's a structural economic issue that we need to figure out a way to grow ourselves out of. And so the work that we're doing on the Life Sciences Hub and others are critically important to driving the growth. So that's the biggest issue, is just that we don't have enough sort of good paying jobs that qualify people for commercial insurance. Got it.
But if I could, along the same lines, why is it that Rhode Island is 25% lower than our neighboring states on the reimbursement side? Who controls that part?
Well, one is there's a Medicare rate, which is set by the federal government. Massachusetts actually did some work to finagle their way to the highest rates in the country. It's not that we're lower than everybody else. We're lower than Mass, but that's because Massachusetts sort of worked the system in a way that we didn't do here. And I'm not sure that window, I don't know when that will open up again to be able to impact that. And so Medicaid is very much within our control. The thing about Medicaid is for every dollar that we put into Medicaid rates, 65 cents is paid for by the federal government and only 35 cents by us. So we're just leaving all that money on the table by not increasing our Medicaid rate. So that's within our control, but you have to find the money in the state budget. So that's the challenge, is what are you going to fund? And then on commercial rates, I can go into this later or now, but we just did a whole study in partnership with the hospitals. I'm really proud of the collaboration that we did. And we brought the data to the table. And what it showed is on a Medicare relativity basis, we're on par. We're actually higher than Mass here. We're at 202%. They're at 180. A little bit lower, though, than Connecticut. So on par, but on an absolute basis, which I think is what Joe's referencing, we're lower here, right? And we also have a 19% lower household income. So as a percentage of an individual or a family's household income, they pay more for healthcare here in Rhode Island than in Mass. So that's the balancing act with affordability. It's hard because providers can go to different states to get to work, right? And so you have this balancing act of you can make more money, but you can't put all of that on the shoulders of Rhode Islanders who can't necessarily afford it. So that's where we have to figure out the policy fixes that try to find that balance.
Larry, you wanted to add something?
Sure. So just adding on to Martha's comments, there's a sort of a yummy tension, to borrow an expression of one of my coworkers, between wanting to adequately invest and reimburse for healthcare services and then watching what the top level number is that we're spending on healthcare. And so Rhode Island has done a lot of work over the past several years to control the growth of our healthcare spend. And we've really gained some useful insights to understand what are the primary drivers of healthcare expenditures, and the top one being pharmaceutical expenses.
Yep.
And that's the one thing that I don't think anybody at this table has direct control over. And so we're trying to think both locally and regionally, how can we continue to make sure we're adequately investing in primary care, specialty care, and hospital care, and then the things that we can try to manage or advocate for better controls over, such as pharmaceutical expenditures, how do we adopt those measures?
And I would just add that the state, nearly a $14 billion budget, $3 billion of that is being spent on the public financing of healthcare. So we talk about leaving money on the table, but it's very difficult when you get up to the State House, Martha, to keep finding money for that. The other thing is there is this tension between payers, like Martha, and providers like South County Health, because the reality is Medicare and Medicaid, those reimbursement rates are pretty much at or below cost of what it actually takes to get things done. And so there is a reliance among the healthcare delivery systems, the hospitals, to bend as much as they can the payers, like a Blue Cross or like a United or like an Aetna, to be able to pay. And this is where, Martha has the very diplomatic point of saying there is an issue between affordability and accessibility, and then, of course, the sustainability of the whole system. It's pretty complicated.
And the ratios are changing. So many years ago, when I was looking at budgets, you weren't at 70-30, 70% government, 30% commercial. You were more 60-40. And that's all the economic things that Martha was talking about. So when you change that ratio, it makes it even more complicated and fiscally difficult for healthcare providers.
So our ratio was 75, 25, 25 commercial.
I can help. It's 70% government, it's 25% commercial, and it's 5% that is sort of what we say is direct pay, which means that you may not recover any dollars at the hospital. So it's whether it might be unreimbursed. That's the percentage that's not covered by insurance at all.
So I want to turn, oh, go ahead.
I think you actually sort of answered, but out of the 75%, how much is, what percentage is Medicaid?
So Medicaid and Medicare are basically split evenly between that 70%. It's a little bit different hospital by hospital, to be clear, in terms of their mix of business, but for the state, it's split.
How off is the rate in Rhode Island to Connecticut and Mass on Medicaid? I know they just raised it. Didn't they just raise it in the last budget? The
Yeah,
Medicaid set aside?
I think we should give credit to our state leaders for starting to address Medicaid spending in this last legislature, in this last budget. And so there's good work, but there's a lot more to do. It's a hard question to actually answer. And so we've actually looking to the Office of Health Insurance Commissioner to do the study to show what the rate differential is. So it's all very hard data for us actually to know and pull on Medicaid because it's all by individual code. So they actually have to aggregate that and look at it.
So I want to go into the workforce conversation, particularly in primary care. I think that's something that this group is very interested and invested in. And so I want to ask Maria and Joe, what is your organization doing to build up and retain the workforce you have? And what are you doing to recruit new?
You want to?
I want to watch you squirm.
You want to, challenge, right? I mean, we talked a little bit about burnout. I think that primary care is one of the top specialties, so to speak, that's experiencing high levels of burnout. And there's a reason for that. We know there's a shortage. We've had that conversation here. So I think I heard a startling statistic that only 18% of the primary care providers in the state of Rhode Island are accepting new patients. 18%. And there's still a 6-month to a year wait for a primary care visit, right? Many people don't have them, as Mark noted. So that this increases burnout, and there's a balance, right? So you want to be at a 90% productivity and churning and getting to all the patients that you want to get to, serving your community. I mean, that's what primary care is about. But then you see burnout when you're at 90% RVUs and relative value units. And so we're really trying to keep our folks at the mean at 50%. Now it makes it a hard financial discussion again, right? Because we're not seeing as many patients, but we're losing providers if we try and, make their panels so great that they just can't handle, just from an onerous and from a time perspective, but also from a reward perspective. They're not spending enough time with patients. They're not spending enough time with their family either. I mean, we sort of talked about primary care providers. They see patients all day long. They probably take a couple hours to call their patients that they need to call, in their commute or at the end of the day. And then they spend a lot of the evening often doing all of their charting. And so primary care providers are working from morning until bedtime.
For not a great living either.
For what?
For not a great living.
For not a great living, for less money than most of the specialists, obviously. And so there's high levels of burnout, but we can't have good specialty care without that primary care, as we've both discussed. So we're trying to keep them at 50 percentile productivity rates. We're trying to keep their pay competitive. It's not always about just the pay or greed in the pay. It's about having that balance. They could go potentially to CCONC and make maybe 25% more and work either the same hours or less hours because they don't have to see as many patients. So we're trying to keep the pay competitive. Again, a balance when you do that. And I think either Martha or Joe said it earlier, really looking at this from a team approach, right? You had a primary care provider and you had a medical assistant, right? You went into an office and that was sort of the duo. We can't do that as we look at value-based care. And looking at social determinants of health, we need more than just the provider and a medical assistant. We may need a community health worker, a social worker, a pharmacist. And so that is value-based care. And I think we're growing exponentially in that world and providing much better care for our patients. So again, a much more expensive model, but it is the model where we should be. But it's more complex too. So a provider is increased burnout if they don't have a team of folks that they can really turn to and work with. And it goes all ways, right? So it's not just provider burnout. We have burnout in our nurses and in our MAs and in every place in healthcare. So working as a team, getting that sort of reward from one another, getting the team approach, feeling like they're doing good by the patients and caring for their needs is something that we are striving to do by building a model of more than just a provider and a medical assistant. I would say those are the three probably most salient, really tactical, but really important things that we're doing.
So in South County Health, in our primary service area is Washington County. We have 4,000 lives that are seeking primary care right now. And that's with the backdrop to what Maria is saying. Over 30% of all primary care physicians, providers in the state of Rhode Island are 60 years old or older. And we have a very dry pipeline. So at South County Health, we are using the team-based approach, or we're introducing the team-based approach that Maria had mentioned. And that's an opportunity for the University of Rhode Island. Because when you start to look at having a nurse practitioner, a pharmacist, a nutritionist, because everyone who comes into the doctor's office does not need to see the doctor. And what we want to do is get the physician off of the treadmill and put them into a mentoring role where they're spending half of their time having associates operating at the top of their license. And for those with the higher acuity, they see the physician. So everyone's entitled to a wellness visit. That can be done by a nurse. That can even be done by a pharmacist under the right conditions. And the opportunity for the University of Rhode Island is that you have a College of Nursing, a College of Pharmacy, a College of Health Sciences. And those are the areas that we already have a position to help be a part of the solution of healthcare on an ongoing basis in the state.
Joe, who creates that structure? So could we as a medical school create a way to deliver that, or does that happen within the practice or the hospital, or how does the team get structured?
It's done currently by each healthcare delivery system. I'm sure we're doing things are being done at Lifespan Care New England. I'm speaking just for South County Health, but that is the practicality of it. A primary care physician, just rough numbers, because I like round numbers, $250,000 a year. That's their salary. You know, it can be higher, but let's just say that's $250,000. A nurse practitioner who doesn't have all that education expense, you know, that's probably two-thirds the salary. And so there become benchmark studies that all hospital systems look at. If you have two, they call them advanced practice practitioners, nurse practitioners, physician assistants. If you start to have a 2-to-1 relationship between that and a physician, you're more likely to be able to financially make this equation work. In many cases, it's upside down. Healthcare delivery systems are trying, none of the Rhode Island healthcare systems are rolling in dough. And so this is something that's being forced on us to find a way to do. So that's done here. The opportunity for the URI is to work with the 3 or 4 healthcare delivery systems here and start to see, where is the puck heading and start skating towards that direction.
Yeah. agree. I think it's a collaboration, but that we're set up well for, because there are so many of the health sciences, and really to create those models of care, create the pipelines for the students, create the clinical placements for them, create really the partnerships that support a multidisciplinary model and a model that will drive us forward. Because it is about multidisciplinary care and about, top of license.
Isn't the basic problem that if you have a, one of the reasons people aren't going to primary care is they have to go to school, medical school, internship. It's a 12-year process. Phenomenally, even if we did it for free, it's a huge time. And then they can say, oh, the guy over there is doing knee operations, and that'll take me 2 more years, and I can make twice as much money. So I think the system, it's harsh, but I think the system is speaking economically that all that time and effort, if you have a choice, people not forget the good and welfare, taking care of people. I think it's a math problem. They're not making enough money for all their investing. Now, if that's crazy. I think I just advised some woman who was thinking what to do. She's been at this thing for 9 years or 10 years, and she's going to go into a specialty now, not primary care. Not she loved primary care, but the numbers are dramatically different.
I totally agree with you. I was going to say something along those lines, which is I think you need a couple things to make the shift to team-based care. And one of them is that you need the reimbursement model, right? So you have to make sure that you're being compensated for it. And so one of the things we do at Blue Cross is that we actually create these value-based care capitation models, which get the physician a bit off the treadmill because they get paid each month prospectively for all the patients in their panel, regardless of whether they see them or not. So they don't have to be in the constantly seeing them in an office visit to get paid. It's like concierge, but it lets them focus, I think, to both Maria and Joe's comments on the sickest patients. So they're managing a population of people and getting them to care. They're getting a social worker in to help with whatever sets of issues, behavioral health. They're matching them with the need they have versus just seeing the physician. I think Joe said this well. And so you need to have a way that investment in all that team is compensated. And so through value-based care models, we're actually able to do that. At Blue Cross, we've invested over $500 million in primary care over the last 10 years in these models. We've embedded pharmacists to try to help be part of that team as an example. And so I think, so one is that. The other thing is I think it's really hard for physicians who've been brought up in a traditional, the PCP sees the patients and that's the only person who can see them, to adjust to a team-based model. So I think there is an educational aspect to this of how do you bring, teach people how to do this in a way that's really effective and using technology to risk stratify the population, to see who you need to see that day, to be proactive with people, getting them diet help, whatever it might be to keep them as healthy as possible. And so I do think there's an educational aspect to making this successful. The other thing I want to say that I'm really proud of is that yesterday we announced that we reduced the prior authorizations for medical services for primary care physicians by 65% at Blue Cross. And so that's a driver of burnout. Also EMR documentation to the comment earlier about all the stuff that happens at night after they stop seeing patients. And so I'm really proud that we're trying to help primary care thrive. There is so much more to do. I would say with some of those value-based care models, some of the larger groups actually we're starting to see the positive signs. One group hired 21 new physicians this year and are starting to take in new patients. So I think we're starting to unlock from that shift, but we have to make sure that the compensation is there. And then I think this whole issue of how do you compensate primary care in a deeper way, we need to make sure that the Medicare Advantage aspect of all this is we're really investing in, because that's been a really important source of income for primary care in other markets around the country.
Just to follow. I don't understand what Medicare Advantage is.
Yeah, you should.
Can I?
Share what Medicare Advantage is.
Sure. Sir.
Just to follow up on that point, trying to understand it. It's always been my impression that the shortage of primary care physicians is an ROI issue, an economic issue, not number of seats in a medical school. You guys agree with that? Okay. So adding a medical school primary care physicians is not really the answer. The answer is there's no incentive to go for all the reasons we're talking about. Pay, burnout, insurance. Now I have to coordinate the care. I mean, all the reasons we all know. And so the Rhode Island has a structural issue with the 70-30 split. That's a separate issue that we're not going to be able to solve. But just thinking about I'm not sure the answer is more primary care physicians, because, I mean, would any of the four of you recommend one of your children to be a primary care physician?
Might.
Sure. I might. It's a ringing endorsement.
Can I say one thing though?
It's
It's not all
Right.
about, I mean, I think there is a real issue and we need to look at the structure and the payment for primary care providers. There's no two ways about that. But it's also the manner in which they're working. And so if we do create different kinds of teams, so if you take the burnout, at least that's one leg of the stool that you can take out, right? And I think it would be more attractive in that way.
What does the average primary care physician make in the state of Rhode Island?
250,000.
Yeah, starting at
250, I would say.
250. How many are employed by hospitals versus self-employed?
Approximately 75 to 80% are employed by a larger organization, but 20% are independent.
Mark?
Thanks. So one thing I totally agree with your points about the teamwork, healthcare, and how that could be, and the fact that you mentioned, Joe, we have College of Health Sciences, which has physical therapy, it has nutrition, has psychology, and so forth. We have pharmacy, we have the nursing, the top, and so that's an important piece. But one of the things you mentioned is the burnout from the paperwork, and we had an interesting conversation last week around really some of the top people looking at artificial intelligence and where we're going. And I don't hear that too much. I mean, it is really stupid to ask people in the evening to fill in forms. And a lot of this, even how we deliver healthcare, is going to change. And it's changing right now. And I think I totally agree also, by the way, that's the importance of the University of Rhode Island. I don't want to beat on it, but if you look at what graduates of the University of Rhode Island are doing and achieving within the state, they're doing the heavy lifting in that direction. So I agree with that point, but I think there's also opportunities there that we're looking at in the AI, and that was also something that's important for URI to think about. So I don't know, Martha, if you would see that as
Mark, just to that point, the operating platform of choice in healthcare is a system called Epic. And Lifespan has Epic. Care New England almost has Epic, but we don't have Epic. We have had 1 million people in this state for the last 50 years. The connectivity for the tertiary quaternary, we have one center, Rhode Island Hospital, for tertiary quaternary care. And yet we cannot communicate at South County Health electronically with Rhode Island Hospital. Here's the issue, just so you know, because this is how it goes. For South County Health to upgrade from its existing healthcare electronic system to Epic is a $25 million investment. Would cost us $25 million. We have an IT staff of about 30. We would have to double that to 60. That would just be ongoing operating cost. And so one of the opportunities from a government standpoint, from a state of Rhode Island standpoint, or from a federal earmark standpoint, would be to help have one IT platform for this state. And that would go some ways, two things it would do. It would make you more productive. You would probably see about a 3 to 4% increase in net profit, as it were. And the other is that you would have a better communication system, which would provide better health service. It's not so much the AI. AI has a great opportunity in the healthcare system because your reimbursements are based on something called coding. And they have increased the divisions of coding and how much you get paid for based on whether you do a knee or did you do a knee with a tendon or whatever it happens to be. That is where AI, because we are paying coders tons of money. And that is subject to review by the feds, for Medicare and Medicaid, and then you can get into a clawback situation. And so healthcare delivery systems tend to be conservative in what they will charge, knowing that there's a potential for being audited and clawed back. AI's possibility is in the coding of things, among other opportunities, not in what I call the operational issues of running a healthcare system.
There may be some AI opportunities
Sure.
in clinical practice with Epic. We have a lot of, scribing and they can listen to encounters and start to document. And so there's definitely opportunities. But when I referenced, sort of the pajama time, they call it, at night and, at the end of the day, it wasn't as much about documentation. We have to document the care that we provide. It's critical for other physicians and nurses and others. We have to document that. They don't have the time to do it simultaneously. They're trying to see 45 patients in a day. So the documentation burden, yes, but it's more about the access to primary care. That really was my point. But there is opportunity with AI, and we don't use it enough. There's opportunities that we are not using for sure in the EMR.
I would just say run hard at the AI opportunity here at URI. There is incredible need on the business side to get access to it. Right now, we cannot afford the AI expertise that's out there at a little plan like Blue Cross of Rhode Island. We're up against the Uniteds and the CVSs and others and the amount that they can pay, as well as every other industry. And so there's such a strong demand for AI talent. I think it's going to absolutely transform every aspect of healthcare. And the question is sort of what happens first and where is the data, I think to Joe's point, more liquid and where can you use it to intervene? So I think it is of paramount importance to the university, to the state, to our providers to reduce burnout to people. I think everybody's going to have an expectation that what they get is tailored to them very quickly in a sort of N of one model that I think you're starting to see in other industries, and we're going to need it in healthcare before very long. So I think would love to think about ways to partner with the university to help build capacity. I think it's super important.
It's funny how healthcare has always been the slowest adopter to technology. I mean, a bank knows more about you than this whole the health medical records and the transfer of the EMR and all the issues you've talked about. We're always behind the 8 ball in healthcare. So at some point we need to figure that out.
So I'm just curious, not living in the state. I'm just curious in terms of when I hear this about some of the technology challenges, and I look at in Ohio where I have aging parents and, they have medical care through the Ohio State network of doctors and hospitals and doctors. Are we not having the computer in the room? And when I'm talking to the patient, I'm inputting.
We are, yeah.
Is that helping to cut down some of
Right.
the? And it's like, do you push on that technology piece that they can instantly be able to versus, 3 hours later, I'm trying to, do that.
No, it's done in real time.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah. Much of it.
Yeah, and some of it's automated at some practices. It just depends.
Okay.
So I want to turn it, we get about 10 minutes together so we can turn it over to our URI experts in the healthcare space. One question in particular, I want to make sure we cover, zip code does currently define health outcomes for far too many Rhode Islanders. And so we can't talk about the healthcare system without talking about health equity. Dr. Warner, as I mentioned, has done much research around this area. And so, Larry, will you share a little bit about your work and also what recommendations you have for reducing healthcare disparities in our system?
Sure. So as part of my doctoral journey, I looked at health disparities and health equity interventions, place-based interventions, and particularly the Rhode Island Health Equity Zone, but also how health equity interventions were being evaluated across the country. And there had not been to date a significant amount of impact evaluation of how health equity initiatives were or were not addressing health disparities, and recognizing that there's a lot of root causes to what we see manifesting in the data or how patients are presenting in healthcare settings and the disparities that we're seeing when we look at aggregate data. In Rhode Island, I found that in looking at urban health disparities, that that the first cohort of health equity zones, namely in Providence and Woonsocket, communities like that, their impact on diabetes disparities amongst Black and Hispanic Rhode Islanders compared to white Rhode Islanders, and the trends there compared to comparable non-health equity zone communities, the health equity zones were associated with a decrease in the trend in disparities. There were still increasing rates, but to use the expression bending the curve, the first cohort of health equity zones were bending the curve in health and diabetes incidence, so the number of new cases, as well as the disparities between Black and Hispanic Rhode Islanders compared to their white peers in the same communities. So I think there's a lot of potential to look at models like the health equity zones, both for their impact on health outcomes as well as the social determinants of health, which we use that term to mean everything that's non-clinical, but it really, there are two distinct terms that I would offer. One is health-related social needs, which is what most healthcare providers are now screening for. Are you food secure, housing secure? Are you physically safe? And then when you look at that data at the aggregate level, what are populations and communities experiencing? And that's sort of where the conversation around social determinants of health is really more oriented, and where we need to be thinking about policies, structures, systems, access to care, and so on. And so it's definitely worth continuing to pay attention. The data largely and experts tell us that 80% of what determines our health happens outside of the clinical settings. As much as access to quality healthcare is important, we have to think about what people are experiencing on a day-to-day basis. And those are the things that we have the opportunity for the best return on investment, in addition to investing in access to high quality care.
And Martha, will you share just a little bit about Rhode Island Life Index and its aspects around health quality?
Sure. At Blue Cross, we have a strong desire to get access to data and to publish it so that there's transparency into how Rhode Islanders are experiencing care. So we do that in two ways. One, we do it in a scorecard that looks at healthcare screenings. And so in aggregate, when you look at the Blue Cross membership, we look pretty good on all of the standard screenings. But when you start to publish it and look at it at race and ethnicity levels for individual screenings, you start to see breakdown. So you'll see like colorectal cancer screening is really, really low for Hispanic and Black men. And so we then partner with the community to address those gaps as we understand them. The other way that we look at understanding the data is that we work with the Brown School of Public Health. We're in our 6th year of fielding something called the Rhode Island Life Index, which tries to measure a really hard area, which is this issue of social determinants of health. So the other things, housing, what's your access like to affordable housing, to food, to community programs, jobs, a whole bunch of things that really, really matter to people's overall health. So we measure that, and unfortunately, the data says we're continuing to deteriorate in the state. But we think it's really important to measure this, to shine a light on it, to have a shared agenda around addressing the challenges that we see, and then working in partnership with the community to say what are the most important things to address. From our perspective, it's housing. We think housing is health. Housing is absolutely foundational to people's health, and is something that we're last in the nation in housing starts, as I think everybody knows. And so it's something that is really, really critical, we think, to try to do everything we can to address.
Housing is the number one thing that 211, our call center, which we take about 200,000 calls from Rhode Islanders every year. Housing is the number one issue. Healthcare is right behind it. And so healthcare information, healthcare access, and food are the top three. So, and that really lines up directly with the Rhode Island Life Index and what the results of the Rhode Island Life Index are. The last question I have, and then I want to turn it to our URI experts to go further into what the healthcare system needs, and specifically what URI can do to address it, is behavioral health. I think primary care cannot, primary care and behavioral health do not stand alone, very much the opposite of that. And Larry, as chair of the Governor's Council on Behavioral Health, where do you think there are the greatest areas of opportunity?
So I'm excited about the direction that we're headed in. As a state, we've done a lot to try and break down that silo between physical health and mental health, behavioral health over recent years. And so the increased work in the integrated behavioral health space, where primary care and behavioral health providers are working more closely together or in the same practice settings. There's a new body of work around certified community behavioral health clinics that's being launched, and some additional funding that we've been awarded by Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services to advance and accelerate that work. We also have an award of close to $1 million as a state to address suicide prevention. And people don't often think about suicide, or they only either think about substance use disorder or depression, but suicide is an increasing phenomenon that we're experiencing in the state and across the life course, adults, teens, and in between. So the suicide prevention work that really is a collaborative effort between the Department of Health, Department of Behavioral Health, Developmental Disabilities and Hospitals, and other state agencies and community-based organizations to address suicide prevention. And then the last thing I'll share for now is that looking at we've talked about alternative settings and alternative treatment settings in the healthcare system and trying to treat people in the least acute setting possible. We're also seeing increasing work in the legal context as well, and ensuring that people who are not best served in jails are able to be connected with the services that would keep them productive, healthy, and out of the legal system. And so the mental health treatment court is a relatively newish initiative to divert people from incarceration to being connected to substance use or mental health care. And I look forward to seeing more of what that impact is having on Rhode Islanders.
I just want to say, I totally agree with all that. I think there's been a lot of good progress on building out community behavioral health care, which is really important. I think the two areas I would highlight for prioritization are alcohol and substance abuse. We have some of the highest rates of deaths from alcohol and substance abuse in this state. And the other piece is youth mental health. And I think we all know the level of need that kids have across the state. And this is one of those things where we just can't afford to wait at all. We've got kids who are in crisis. We've got kids, to your suicide point, that are taking their lives. We really, really, really need to be focused on what we can do right now. We're trying to reach half of all Rhode Island kids over the 3-year period. So by the end of next year, we're well going to exceed that. But we need everybody to be really focused on this issue, I think.
Maria and Joe, any thoughts?
I'm just similarly within lifespan, we've looked at housing as the social determinant of health that we really want to focus on. It's an enormous challenge for the hospitals, folks who are unhoused when it becomes 5 degrees outside. They come into the emergency departments. They're either overworked up or they're underworked up. Neither one is appropriate or good for our patients. They end up, if they do get admitted, they spend a long time in the hospital because it's hard to get them a safe placement when they're unhoused to go back to. So we've created a few programs, one of them being street medicine, where we have providers who have established some sort of relationship with maybe 1 or 2 folks in an encampment, but then they will go and they will see everybody in the encampment. We're trying to prevent them from coming into the emergency departments, make sure they're warm, make sure they have some food. There's lots of injuries, concussions, falls, injuries to lower extremities often that can get infected. And so street medicine has been a very effective program for us. It's still small, but we'd like it to grow a bit more. We also provide respite care. So when a patient can't leave our hospital, I said to Martha, sometimes we have patients getting mail in the hospital, shipments from Amazon. They've been in the hospital for so long. But if they're unhoused, but we don't feel like they can quite go back to their unhoused situation, or they're going to be right back with us because of their health status, we're providing some respite services in the community, and it's a lower level of care, so it's a less expensive care than if they're in the hospital. That being said, neither of those programs are really funded, but it's something that we think is right for our patients. And while it doesn't, these aren't all behavioral health patients, it does disproportionately impact the behavioral health community. Paramedicine, a little bit different in that some of these folks are housed, but they're often underhoused. But going out to their homes and providing those services.
And Maria, you mentioned that you take about 70,000 ER visits a year. That's more than Brigham and Women's. A lot of it has to do with primary care shortage. A lot of it has to do with behavioral health shortage, access and shortage. I mean, it all connects, right?
Yes.
Joe, any other thoughts on behavioral health? I know I visited South County Health last week and saw what you guys are trying to do to support folks in South County.
South County Health is not clinically certified to address behavioral health issues. We have a 16-bed ED, And that is not the place where somebody stays in a crisis of behavioral health for as much as 2 weeks at a time, for all the reasons that Maria has already mentioned. So through philanthropy, and this is something that community healthcare systems are good at, we were able to create a holding area apart from our ED so that they can have a quiet place with a safe place where we can wait to be able to move them to their appropriate care, which is usually Butler Hospital. I'll just finish with this one point. When we talk about behavioral health, it is the most significant issue after COVID that all the healthcare delivery systems we're dealing with. In the crisis of healthcare in Rhode Island right now, you have charter care with Roger Williams and Fatima Hospital. Most people don't know that Roger Williams Medical Center has 100 beds for behavioral health. And if that falls off, we will be and will have accelerated the behavioral health issue going forward. That's why it's important not to worry about what jersey you're wearing. It's about we've got to find ways to co-opetition, to collaborate. You were talking about that with Rick and CCRI and URI, finding the right areas where you can work together and at other times find where you're good at. But behavioral health is one where everyone as a citizen, as a resident of Rhode Island should be very concerned about.
So in summary, healthcare system, very complicated. You couldn't tell. But we have a lot of experts and a lot of dedicated Rhode Islanders who are really eager to find and solve these issues. And so I want to thank Martha, Larry, Maria, and Joe for sharing your expertise with us today. We have a little something to say thank you for you guys for making the trek to Kingston and sharing your insights. And I'm going to turn it over now to, I think it is Barb, who's going to bring up our URI experts.
I just would like to say that was excellent, incredibly thought-provoking. I think I've got about 40 questions in my head. So we'll continue this conversation, obviously, in light of whether we move forward on medical school, but I think we've got some good expertise in the room. Thanks, Joe.
Okay, I am going to ask that our three deans join us, Dean of Pharmacy, Dean of Health Sciences, and Dean of Nursing, and I'll have you come up here and give you a little bit of an introduction to them, who they are, and get their thoughts about healthcare moving forward at URI.
Yeah, yes.
So I'd like to first say thank you to the board for hosting this
Thanks a lot.
panel today. We appreciate the opportunity to spotlight our three health deans and their colleges as part of today's broader discussion on healthcare in Rhode Island. And many of us here today in this room do play a role in the healthcare enterprise of Rhode Island and beyond. We know that there are many challenges that they face, both locally, regionally, nationally. We know about the barriers to care. We just heard about the complexity that exists in healthcare in general, the shortages of providers, the burnout, the financial challenges that really are facing not only the providers, but the patients as well. So URI is the flagship university, and we take seriously our responsibility about our commitment to society, and we seek to understand how we can improve health and healthcare wellness of the state, the region, and globe. And in that spirit, we have these three individuals who are going to share with us some of their thoughts. I have some questions for them, but I do want to make sure everybody knows who they are. So first we have Dean Carrie LaPlante in the center here. She is a licensed clinical pharmacist and internationally recognized expert in infectious diseases. She has published more than 140 peer-reviewed articles and serves as an advisor to the Centers for the Disease Control and Prevention, the Pew Research Center, and the Joint Commission. She has been on the faculty at URI for 20 years and most recently served as chair of the Pharmacy Practice Department. We also have Dean Danny Willis, who joined us from his position as Dean and Tenured Professor at St. Louis University. A psychiatric mental health nursing expert, his research previously funded by the National Institutes of Health focuses on the promotion of health, well-being, and healing in the aftermath of marginalization and traumatic experiences. Dean Willis has served as chair of the American Psychiatric Nursing Association Research Council and is a nationally and internationally recognized scholar and gifted educator. We also have Dean Patrick Vivier. He joined URI after serving at Tufts University School of Medicine, the senior leadership team, and as interim chair of the Tufts Public Health and Community Medicine Department. Also the director of public health program and professor there. He is a pediatrician and public health scientist, and Dean Vivier has served on several national committees influencing the society's public health policies. So I'm excited to turn over to our deans to give them an opportunity for you to hear from them and have a few questions to launch us. So I'm going to start with Dean LaPlante. You worked at URI for several years before becoming dean. You could have gone anywhere. What made you stay at URI, and what is your vision for the College of Pharmacy now that you are leading it?
All right, that's a great question. And I also want to thank you all for the invite. This is a fantastic leadership group. We have a physician, a pharmacist, and a nurse here. It is a great group, and we're a great team working together. So yes, you know, when you're a department chair, you're sought after by many universities for deanship, and a lot of them top 10. And at the end of the day, thought through, had some conversations with other schools. The reason to stay here was easy. It's the people and the green fields of opportunity that we have here at URI. As I would travel across the country, I travel once or twice a month, different colleges of pharmacy, conferences, nationally, internationally. I would always come home feeling incredibly proud of the College of Pharmacy that we had, the researchers, the dedicated faculty, the alum, the leadership. We just have fantastic people. And not to mention this beautiful New England campus, the food, I'm a foodie, and all the loveliness that this university can provide. And again, we say all the time, the green fields of opportunity that we have, and really excited to lead with both of you.
Dean Vivier, what excites you about leading a college with such a wide range of departments? And how does versatility strengthen what the College of Health Sciences can offer?
Yes, thank you. Also want to thank everyone for the opportunity. We just heard from the previous session that any of the healthcare issues we want to address moving forward requires team. This isn't going to be solved by just a physician, just a pharmacist, just a nurse. It has to be solved by all of us. So being able to step into the College of Health Sciences, where we have a breadth of disciplines that are critical to health: nutrition, communication disorders, kinesiology, physical therapy, human development, family science, psychology. We will be launching for the first time at URI next week the Department of Public Health, where our undergraduate students in the fall will be able to start with their degree in public health, and the master's program will be started the next year. We have interdisciplinary clinical neuroscience. We have the Gerontology Center, and are now growing with the university's Hunger Center. So when we heard that previous panel of the breadth of social determinants of disease and everything we're working with, the only way we're going to make progress is to have that full team. So to have that level of diversity of disciplines in the college was incredibly exciting. But to be coming to URI in this past January, when both Kerry and Danny were starting, where you had new deans for all of health, and as we have meetings outside that we talk about URI health and where we can be interdisciplinary. So I think that's exciting. I think it's also this moment of time where our provost is a nurse, and where there's incredible energy from our president to really have impact in Rhode Island and beyond. And I think that's what we're set up to do.
Thank you, Patrick. You teed it up for the next one, which will be Dean Willis. Nurses are on the front line of today's healthcare challenges, from mental health to the national shortage to burnout. How is the College of Nursing preparing its students to address the complexities and challenges in the healthcare field today?
Well, I want to start, like my colleagues, thanking you for this opportunity. This is a great way to be able to share what we do in nursing in relation to my teams in pharmacy and health sciences. So as Marie mentioned, there are multiple factors affecting the nursing profession, which we are addressing. And you mentioned some of those: burnout, mental health, and the challenge of really educating enough nurses, because there is a national shortage of nurses. And part of that is related to not having enough faculty in colleges of nursing. So we're looking at that, but in the forefront of mental health, what we're doing is educating our students at both the undergraduate level and a general practitioner model, as well as at the advanced practice level for psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner practice. At the general level, we have a whole course, 3 credits, as well as a practicum in psychiatric mental health nurses, where they are learning to understand how to communicate, how to assess, how to do mental status assessments, how to provide therapeutic interventions, how to understand psychopharmacology and the interventions necessary in that space. And at the advanced practice level, we're really about the assessment and diagnosis and the evaluation and follow-up and treatment plan for people with psychiatric mental health disorders. We're also working collaboratively with Dr. Anita Jacobson and the Community First Responder Program, where we're training our students. They're doing certificates in opioid overdose, getting certificates in that area, and then they're going through simulations where they actually have to respond to, hypothetically, a dorm mate who has overdosed, and how do they respond to that. So we're providing the theoretical education, but also the practical and experiential components. And in terms of burnout, in our transition courses, in our healthcare policy courses, and in our management courses, we're really talking to the students about resilience, about self-care, about conflict resolution, about leadership skills, and what they need to bring to the practice environment as nurses in that transition to practice period to address some of the issues that are there.
Thank you. So the next question is for all 3 of you. Patrick will have you lead us off in an answer. But priority 1 of Focus URI is to broaden our impact, which includes elevating our research enterprise. What are some of the areas of research that your faculty are working on that have you most energized in terms of your college's future and impact?
Yeah, this is the much harder question, like who's your favorite child, right? So I don't know if I can answer it in that way. You know, what I'm thrilled about is the breadth of how we are focusing on societal issues. And to give just a couple of examples, you know, one is, as we've talked about, health disparities and where you live. The Kingston campus is absolutely an incredibly beautiful place. Every day I park and walk to my office, I'm reminded about that. You don't have to go very far off campus to see where there is need, even in an area there is great wealth. So, you know, trying to look at issues locally here is important, but also looking at our urban centers. So if you look at some of the research that is going on now in Providence, someone like Nicole Weiss, who is focusing on these mental health issues, the substance issues in really complex and interesting ways. We also have a breadth of faculty who are using different ways to use sensors, whether that is remote sensing for how gait works and how you can do post-op or knee surgery, or helping folks with chronic diseases, or it's trying to help people with weight control issues, of sensors that can determine how often you're eating based on where your watch, and using some of these incredible technologies. So whether that's really people-based or technology-based, we have this broad breadth within our college. And what gets even more exciting is when it branches out across colleges. And whether that, again, is some of the mental health work and substance use issues, whether that is some of the technology we're working with engineering and other groups, gerontology and focusing on the elderly that didn't get I think a lot of discussion in the first group, but I think with more time certainly would have, and the aging population in Rhode Island and how we think about that, whether that's in a physical way, of gait, to a range of things. So I think it really is, as you said, about impact, finding where we need to be making a difference and making sure we're doing the right expertise and right technology to do it. And I am thrilled to see where we're moving that forward.
Danny, what about the College of Nursing? Areas of research that are exciting and energize you about the future?
Very many areas of research that are exciting. I want to start out with saying our new tagline for the College of Nursing is Nurse Leaders Transforming Well-Being and the Environment. We're very happy with that. I see my colleague over there, Dr. Melissa Sutherland. We went with that because we felt like the environment is so important. I mean, historically in nursing, we know that the environment is important, right, for everything. And so we really wanted to lead with this notion of well-being and the environment. Health is a part of that, but typically we think about health of the physical body, right? But well-being is so much broader. It's the social, it's the economic, it's the spiritual, it's the cultural, it's all those factors. And so our researchers are doing really interesting work, especially in the intersection, I think, of health disparities. We have people looking at structural racism as a determinant in terms of access to end-of-life and palliative care, which is a really interesting area. We have people looking at violence screening in colleges for interpersonal violence and sexual violence, which is really important. Both of these are R01 funded grants. We have people looking at cancer screening and cervical cancer screening for women in the state of Rhode Island. And we're looking at health literacy. I know that came up earlier for someone who just received 1 of 16 people in the United States who is a Betty Irene Moore Fellow at the University of California, Davis. We just have amazing work going on in the School of Nursing. We're bringing in really wonderful faculty. Some who are focused on child mental health and policy implications and poverty and international mental health as well. Bringing in people who are looking at health and digital health modalities, in particular for adolescent and young adults with cancer. So it's just a wide swath of things that we're looking at in the College of Nursing through our research that really points back to nurse leaders who are transforming well-being and the environment.
And Carrie, what about pharmacy?
Thank you. It's a great question. So, our vision at the College of Pharmacy is to advance health and transform communities. And our pillars of research are really threefold: neuroscience and healthy aging, immunology and infectious diseases, which takes into account cancers and multiple sclerosis and a whole variety. And third, which is an immediate focus, and what the panel before us spoke about, is access to healthcare. I'm a bit biased, but I believe that pharmacists are the most underutilized healthcare professionals. I have a vision that every patient who is on at least 10 medications has the ability, like the VA does. They have a great model where pharmacists have a scope of practice to prescribe, to order labs, to interpret labs. But my vision is that every person who is on at least 10 medications gets a comprehensive medication review from a pharmacist. Pharmacists can help support this healthcare crisis we're in. 75% of all drugs being approved by the FDA right now are biologics. Each biologic, if you check, sometimes is the cost of a new car, just one dose. There's a huge opportunity in healthcare for pharmacists. Again, I'm quite biased about this, but this is an area that we really need to lean into.
Okay, next question for all three, so begin thinking. Keeping with the theme of impact, how is your college utilizing partnerships, external partnerships, to expand the research and impact that your college can have? And is there any particular one that you'd like to highlight? Let's start with nursing. Danny.
Well, I would say that we have multiple partnerships. If I think about the major healthcare systems, I look to Marie DeCharme over there, who was one of the first people I got to meet with. It was great. But really thinking about the lifespan system and the Care New England system, but also the independent. Just met, Joe, thank you so much. Met with people at South County Hospital, and there's also Landmark Hospital, which I've recently learned about. And so we have all these partnerships, but I think one of the things that I'm most excited about is this 7-year history that we have in the College of Nursing with Thunder Mist. which really speaks to, again, our tagline of nurse leaders transforming well-being in the environment. We're the most socially marginalized and the ones who are most in need in terms of these things that we've been hearing about in terms of hunger, in terms of poverty and those types of issues. We've collaborated with Thundermist for 7 years, and we've had over 200 clinical placements for undergraduate and graduate NP students in that system. And I think it's that type of thing that is transformative for health in the state of Rhode Island.
How about pharmacy and partnerships?
Yeah, partnerships are the foundation of everything we do. At the College of Pharmacy, we have over 300 clinical affiliation agreements across the country for where our pharmacy students train. My whole career, past 20 years of my career, has been intimate partnerships with academia, government, which is the CDC and the VA. VA is the largest healthcare system in the country, and industry. I've worked with over 18 different pharmaceutical companies, biotech, bringing the 3 different expertise from academia, government, and industry to come together to solve these most pressing issues. So they're foundational. We have so many. I can't help but highlight the recent URI Memorandum of Understanding partnership with the VA that connects all of our research scientists and our pharmacists to have access to the healthcare and access to the data in the largest healthcare system, which is the VA. And that is a comprehensive closed system. So our veterans, whether they're primary care, nursing home, admitted to the hospital, we have a full comprehensive access to what is happening to those veterans throughout their care. So that partnership, it's our newest one and got a lot of great press in the Boston Globe, and we're really excited about it.
Patrick?
Yeah, so again, similar to when I think about research of what's going on in this campus and then beyond, we just hosted a few weeks ago the Washington County Coalition for Children that does amazing work in Washington County to support mental health issues around youth. And we've had a youth mental health summit where local students in middle school and high school have been supported by an initiative to do mental health work in their schools, all presented their work that they were doing. Looking to expand that recently, connecting with Johnny Cakes that works very closely with the College of Education, and we see the health and education connection to try to build that. I mentioned our presence in Providence in that same building where we're doing some of that cutting edge psychology related research, mental health research. We have the SNAP Ed program that is out there helping families get access to food, be able to use food appropriately, working with the Department of Corrections around nutrition issues. So in addition to clinical sites, as my colleagues have mentioned, really working with community groups and also being part of the community. In that same building in Providence, we operate a child development center where families are able to bring their children and help encourage development where we're part of the community organizations to be able to do that. So again, many more that we could talk about, but those are some few examples. And again, I think it gets back to having impact directly with working with community partners or through research to answer those next questions.
So we are URI, and URI is the flagship for the state of Rhode Island. So we take seriously our mission in terms of supporting the needs of the state, the region, and the globe. But particularly, I'd like to touch on workforce. What are innovative ways that your college is addressing the workforce needs of particularly Rhode Island and beyond? Let's start with Carrie.
So workforce development is near and dear to my heart. I am a first-generation college student. My dad was an iron worker. My mom worked in a business office, and I know firsthand the transformational opportunities that higher education has provided me. And it is our responsibility to advance health and transform our communities and serve the people of Rhode Island and our country, and to train them. And we do that through advancing higher ed. So what we're doing at the College of Pharmacy, I'm really proud. We have an office of workforce development, professional and workforce development. We have our INBRAE, the program the president spoke about earlier, $102 million over the past, 20 years. They have these mini educational sessions for the community where you can come in and learn how to use a microscope, learn how to do DNA extraction, learn how to do scientific communication, all these mini sessions that are free and available to other students and people in the community to come in and learn and get certificates. So there's so many opportunities, but truly having our Office of Workforce Development dedicated to this area and very well funded is the most exciting.
Danny, workforce.
Well, I would say that we have multiple programs to educate nurses, and that is where we're making an impact on workforce. We just have over 230 students coming in as new students into the College of Nursing, and we're looking at even increasing that number a bit more. So that's really great. We have postmasters, certificate programs. We have nurse practitioner programs for family nurse practitioner, psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner, and of course, the adult gero primary care nurse practitioner. So that workforce development as well. In our DMP program, currently it is a place-based state in-person type of program, and we're currently with a task force to look at moving that to an online format through URI Online, which will definitely extend our geographic reach for the Doctor of Nursing Practice Postmaster students. And back to what Maria said earlier, the focus of that program is really around quality, safety, and values-based care, but we're also putting a new kind of mark on it, because one of the things I started talking about when I first got here was what differentiates us in the market, right? There are a number of doctor of nursing practice programs that students can go to. Why would you come to URI? What is it that kind of sets us apart? And so this notion of integration of care, care coordination, and integrative health, even taking it further into integrative health, is where we're headed in this transformation. And I think that's going to be innovation, and I think it's going to capture a market that's out there that no one else is doing.
And Patrick, you have many departments, so you have multitude of workforces that you can tap into or contribute to. So tell us about health sciences.
Sure. I think the first one that you're bringing up of what we do is to have that breadth, right? I know that there was sort of the discussion in the last one of, is it just return of investment that determines what career people do, primary care or something else? There are a broad range of things of what people's passions are. So the first thing that we want to do is that our students can pursue a broad range of areas, whether that's around mental health and psychology or around physical health and physical therapy or nutrition. So I'm very excited about that breadth that we offer students. I think we also try to make sure students are aware. Like Carrie, I was also first generation college student, and making sure students and their families know that this is an opportunity. So it was not, maybe a month or two ago, we had Biomechanics Day. We were in the gym with all of our sort of work around biomechanics, and high schools from throughout the state bringing their students to get tested. President Forlange was there. I had a competition with one of my associate deans and did lose, but it was a narrow loss. But showing the fun of that science to high school students and what these opportunities are. Once they get here, making sure there is that excellence of education, and in particular, learning by doing. We mentioned those community connections, things like the Child Development Centers. You go there and you see our students working with the kids directly. They're not just in a classroom reading a book about child development. They're there with the children. Any of our clinical ones certainly out in the field where our counseling and actually running those clinics and services. So that learning by doing. And then essentially, part of my excitement of coming to URI is being at the flagship state university where we are economically attainable, that for students who want to go in these broad range. As I mentioned, I'm so excited about public health, and we're launching that. We have a real need for the next generation of the public health workforce here in Rhode Island, as we're seeing retirements from our Department of Health. We want our Rhode Island kids to get the top public health training, to learn by doing in these places, but not to come out with debt that makes it impossible to go into public service. So I think we're thrilled about all of those aspects of how we address workforce issues.
Great, thank you. So last question before we open it up to the larger group here. How can our Board of Trustees and individual board members support your college and its contribution to URI and the state? Carrie?
Happy to take that one. Resources, of course, and I have to highlight and brag that we now found out we are once again top 10 colleges of pharmacy for research dollars. And I will tell you the secret behind those numbers is the investment from Tom Ryan and the George and Ann Ryan Institute for Neuroscience. That program has really launched us to be a top 10 college of pharmacy for research, and we are so very grateful for that. And it is blossoming and doing so very well, as we saw last night at dinner. So resources, your continued advocacy, your support. Everyone here is a very busy person, and you spend your time dedicated to this great, great university and all the green fields and opportunities. So I thank you. But again, your continued advocacy and anything you can do to really augment resources.
Danny, anything to add to that?
Well, I would chime in and say all the same things. And I am appreciative, as I've called out to people today, but really, I think the connections that you all have to people being new to Rhode Island, being introduced to people, getting meetings with people, all of that is facilitative of really kind of moving the agenda forward. I also think that the advocacy piece is really important, especially given the nursing shortage, the healthcare issues that we face as a collaborative team, what we've heard from this panel that was just here, all those things are really, some would say, the perfect storm. And so how do you bring that thought leadership, and how do we intersect with that as three deans of health sciences and nursing and pharmacy, I think is how I see you being very helpful, and thank you.
On this one, we say the same thing. So we need resources, and we need your help there. We need your advocacy. I think we also need really the expertise and perspectives you have to sometimes, we hope that's mainly advocacy, but sometimes that's truth telling of when we want to do certain things, and making sure we really understand all of those aspects that are critically important. And then connecting us to the community. Joe loved going to South County and hospital and really holding us to try to make sure we're out there serving the needs of Rhode Island and beyond. And you have those networks to be able to help us do that and to hold us to that, to make sure that we really are taking advantage of all of those opportunities. So want to thank you for all that you're doing, and look forward to continue working with you in those areas.
So I'd like to now turn it to the board members and see what questions you might have for our three deans. Yes, Tom.
Two questions. What would it take, what's the rate limiting issue for us if we wanted to increase nursing graduates by 50%?
Rate limiting step would be space, clinical faculty, and clinical sites. I would say those are the three things that all have to line up.
Is it doable?
To increase our nursing enrollment by 50%.
25%, pick a number. 25%.
I could think.
I mean, there's a need for it. There's a need for it. I mean, they're going to get jobs when they get out. It would help the school. What percentage of the nurses are out of state? Nursing students.
There's only 40% of this new cohort from in-state. So 60% in the College of Nursing, if I have that number correct, it's very close, if it's not accurate.
Okay, so that's,
yeah.
Okay, the other question I have is, first of all, amazing work being done by everybody, all your colleges. It occurred to me as I'm listening to this, one of the challenges that we have as a country is this whole issue of wellness prevention. I mean, wellness, health and wellness, right? We're episodic as we deal with different diseases. And it was discussed earlier, the chronic disease issues that we're facing, you know, whether it's screenings or drug compliance or alcoholism, all of these issues, mental health, and we have the ability to do something about that. Let's just put medical school aside. We have the wherewithal, just what you three have under you, to put together a program at Joe's hospital to say, how do we do something about wellness? Because this country hasn't been able to do it. And one of the reasons privately it hasn't been able to do it is because someone would come to XYZ company and say, listen, if you pay us, we will do screenings. We will make sure your diabetics are taking their medication. We will blah, 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 blah. And you know what the payer says, that company? Doesn't matter. I'm going to turn over these people in 2 years. So that they don't, their horizon is not 5 years down the road, right? Their horizon is 2 years. So no one wants to pay for health prevention. I mean, disease prevention, right? But if we could find a way to do some kind of pilot, I don't know what it is, but to help South County Health, and we could use engineering, it just takes people to kind of get behind it and do it. And I don't know, maybe it would help focus on geriatric patients. We have a huge percentage of geriatric patients in this state. I don't know what the percentage is in South County.
Oldest county
Yeah.
in Rhode Island.
Oh, oldest county in Rhode Island. There you go. No, right. I would be there. By the way, I got something done at South County Hospital. I said, send it to my physician in Florida. They went, what's the fax? I said, fax? Anyway. So, I mean, that I don't know what that is, but it seems like we have a lot of smart people around the room that are doing some unbelievable things that we could help do something at a pilot and demonstrate it to others around the country.
So I want to say something to that, Tom. So I work for the Kroger company, and we have a tagline tied to our pharmacy business is food is medicine. And so in 2025, we're actually going to have a nourishing change conference where it's just a collaboration with all medical professionals. And so they'll be inviting deans of the College of Pharmacy. So I'll make sure that you get an invitation. And just really to get people to focus on kind of the causes, medication, therapy management. How do we get patients, just like you were talking about, taking their meds when they're supposed to? And so I did want to also give a call out to my mom is under care for diabetes. And she has a pharmacist that she's working with now that's a graduate of URI. And she works for Ohio State Network. And she has literally changed my mom's life. And so we have amazing alumni out there doing incredible things, but would love to be able to partner and help any way that I can, because we have a big pharmacy business and touch a lot of states. So
We'd have to coordinate it. You guys would have to coordinate it yourselves before we went out.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, we can't, that's the challenge. We can't just say, well, what do you guys need? You got to put something together. It's going to take some work. I don't know if we got to produce some results, right? We're doing all this stuff to what end? I mean, it should be healthier people and healthier society and better for the university. So.
Yeah.
What you can
Well,
do
what you
with that.
said certainly resonates, I think, with all of us, right? I mean, we're about that wellness and that prevention, and it's really important. And I would say that it starts very early, right? I mean, so while South County Hospital might be the oldest population, right? Certainly the health promotion and the wellness and the disease prevention has to start very early. So to that, we need to be in the schools, right? We need to be in the communities working, education, health literacy, all those types of things are really important. At that end of the model, and I had mentioned this when I was visiting South County, lifestyle modification and behavior change is key to wellness. So if people have multiple comorbidities already, then that's a different story, right? And that's managing the chronic disease and the chronic disease care versus the wellness promotion, which is about the exercise, it's about the diet, it's about the stress management, it's about taking care of your physical and your mental and your social well-being. And so thinking about what needs to be in place in terms of services that would be able to bring in people, which could possibly be revenue generating for a hospital, to think about what are wellness approaches that are promoting the health promotion and the wellness of that population, even though it may be, quote, a geriatric or an elderly population. Those are just very nascent thoughts. But
you don't have to solve it. I'm just saying we should think about it as a pilot.
Yeah, I like that. And I'll just be brief and a bit biased because I happen to have the microphone and with my own research in infectious diseases. I love the food is medicine approach. As I said, I am a foodie, and that, you know, what we eat and who we are is near and dear to my heart. And my interest in infectious diseases and microbiome research, right? Our microbiome and our gut health and the billions of bacteria that are on and in our body outnumber the number of cells that make us human. We're really technically more bacteria than we are human if you add up all the cells. And, you know, that is an emerging area in NIH. It's considered another organ system that we haven't looked at before that is directly impacted by the food we eat. It's related to cancer, obesity, anxiety, you know, won't give my lecture, but you know, the earth has been here, you know, 5 billion years, first bacteria, 3.5 billion years, humans around, you know, 1.8 million, and Homo sapiens as we are about, you know, 180,000 years, right? We evolved and we've had antibiotics for only 75 years, and look at the outcome and immunology concerns and the impact on our health through all that. So I won't give one of my lectures or a TED talk right now, but yes, I'm very passionate about that area, health, wellness, food, and that whole picture. So thank you.
Would also echo the food is medicine couldn't be more important. Come from a pediatrician whose college has a nutrition department. It is part of everything that we need to do. And Tom, I would say that the way that you described what we need to do is exactly what excited me to come to the University of Rhode Island. That we have all of the pieces that are critical to be able to do that. We are in a state where there are relatively few number of players, many of whom are in the room or would be more than happy to be in the room. And so I think that is our opportunity, to make a difference in our state. When I walk by that Rhode Island and beyond, we first make it in our state, but also we can do things that are really difficult to do in other places because of the greater complexity. And if we can do it and show what it does, that is a service well beyond Rhode Island. And so I would just circle it back to, I think that is where we would love to be able to work with all of you of how we figure out, some of the things that works against this is NIH and other places like to solve narrow problems and look at narrow problems. How do we kind of get the resources and make these connections statewide to really do something of consequence? Because something of consequence, as you said, has got to be all of these things in a package. And I think that's what we should be doing.
You know, we might, this I think is a great topic to keep digging into. And just to throw this out there, I mean, we might find that when we start with what's the outcome we're trying to get to, which is to like get at these societal issues, and how do we improve the health outcomes for starting here in Rhode Island and out. We may decide that a medical school is not the right answer, but there is some other answer. And I'm not precluding the medical school, but I would ask us to think about, we have a blank sheet of paper, but we have all the ingredients. And if there are these really fierce structural economic issues, do we go headlong into that, or do we think differently about how we get to those same outcomes, and maybe even in a better way? So I don't know the answer, but I think that's something we collectively could be thinking about.
Got an arm and one arm is locals, take his people, do it for free. So, at the end of 2 years, we're going to show you how you improved healthcare, lowered your costs, lowered your out of pocket, blah, 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 whatever that is.
Yeah.
But you have to bring the solution. You can't go to them and say, what do you want?
Right.
That means you have to do the work to figure out what you're going to provide them, because you know what things are the most salient issues that will, in fact, reduce costs and improve outcomes.
It's like a virtual medical approach.
Right.
Yeah. Versus the school itself. I don't know. I mean, maybe the school is the answer, maybe you just do the school differently. But I don't want us to run right into all of these known issues and fight to get the outcome if there's another way that if we've got all these great pieces, how do we do it differently?
Yeah, well, maybe it's a new model, right? Like we talk about nursing, nurse
nurse-based models. Maybe it's an interprofessional model, given what we have here at URI, and we, kind of build it and test it, and then, take it from there, as opposed to, figuring out what it is and creating that model, given what we have,
I mean, we know how to do interdisciplinary well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is, it's unique that we have three, colleges who are doing it so well. And, how do we kind of leverage that to create something that's maybe new or different to get to the healthcare outcomes that we want to see for our state?
So I would say it's also, how do we challenge how we educate these people too? So some of the challenges that we have, getting back to your earlier point, Tom, about can we increase the number of students that we take and what are some of the barriers? Some of those barriers have been there not only for nursing, but pharmacy and for health sciences. So is there a way to think about how do we turn that on its head and utilize more novel ways of getting us to the outcome? Like, is there a role of AI, virtual simulation, more progressive simulation than what we've done thus far to get us there for clinical experience that then isn't replacing clinical experience, but preparing people for that clinical experience to be able to move that forward? So that would be the other question, is how do we use those technologies in our training to do things differently?
Yeah, like, let's not start with yesterday's model. Like, what are the things that we have access to today that could change that? Right. Look, yeah, that's been huge.
So how many pharmacy students we graduate this year?
This year we graduated, I think about 125.
How many nursing? 200?
Close to 200.
200. So of the 125 and 200, they're all getting jobs, right? The job market.
Yes, very high.
And what is the, how many stay in Rhode Island, those two populations?
Position. That is a good question. I don't have the answer to at the moment.
You said 60, you know the answer.
But I know the new cohort.
Yeah, I can kind of answer that question. So 70% of our students are out of state. So that's important to know. And when we have high placement rate. We have a high rate of students going into postdoctoral training, just like medical school training. Pharmacy is changing. Now everyone's going right into retail. They're going into residency or fellowship. So it's hard for us to look at the numbers of how many stay here, because even many of our students that we train here, they leave, and we want them to leave, learn, train out of the state, and then they come back. So it's really hard to get that number of how many stay here. We were looking at one point, what is it, like 60,000 alum of URI alums are here in Rhode Island. I think that at one point, I don't want to make up numbers, but we have, I'm going to say 75% of pharmacists in the state of Rhode Island went to URI, some number close to that. I don't want to make up.
Something high.
This question is more I don't, why there's a shortage of nurses? I think there's a simple explanation why there's a shortage of primary care doctors. It's one of the worst economic trades in that you can invest in anything. So right now, it wasn't that way 20 years ago, but why is there a shortage of nurses?
Terrible job.
Lifestyle, what is it?
It's really multifaceted. AACN, or American Association of Colleges of Nursing, they do surveys every year, right? And we're turning away over 66,000 eligible students for nursing because of faculty shortages, clinical site shortages. Those are the two primary, and preceptors.
So there'd be more demand to go to nursing if you could.
There's a huge demand to go into nursing. We're turning away 66,000 students a year across the US.
So shouldn't that be a shortage?
But there's also Danny, there's a huge turnover. There's huge turnover because the job is really difficult.
Well, that's
so
the
people
other
leave
fact.
nursing as fast as they go in.
Saying, why don't we, that's a market opportunity, why don't we?
So yesterday, you had a tour of our dormitory. We could really get exciting and go and visit Whitehall. And then, the good old days in the dormitory. Do you want to say anything? I mean,
visit Whitehall.
We have lots of students with 3.9 GPA apply that are on our wait list to come to URI. We don't, I mean, Danny was being very polite, but we literally do not have the space for them.
So maybe that's where we should be thinking about.
Well, that's certainly one of the areas that we need to be thinking, and we are thinking there. So
Well, that's a piece of it. That we could be educating more nurses. To Margot's point, there's an incredibly high number
Yeah.
of nurses. It's just like with the conversation we were talking about primary care.
Right.
But did I encourage my daughter to go to nursing school? I did, Tom, because she loved it and she wanted to go. But there's an incredibly high rate of burnout just in the first. It's burnout and it's that academic practice, stop and gap, right? And we've talked about this for years, but they get in and they said, oh my gosh, I didn't know that this is what it was going to be like. And we do so many things to try and mitigate that gap as academic and practice partners. But it's a tough field and
And they're being utilized more. I mean, right there.
Yeah, that's why the burnout's high. Right.
Or so it's compounded, fewer coming in, utilization. I get it.
Yeah.
of my turnover in 2020, with 72% of my turnover was in 0 to 3 years of
Right.
nurses. So I've got nurses at 50 years. You're thinking 72% are just in those few years. 45 were within the
Yeah.
any left
Turnover.
Yeah, the national.
or they went to, there's lots of opportunities in nursing, or they went to different types
Do
of
they come
nursing.
back into the market years later?
Some will, I bet, Tom, but I don't know. When you leave that early on, it's really tough to come back.
And for those who don't know it, Miriam Hospital is a magnet hospital, which means that it is nurse-centric. I mean, it's driven by the nurses. You've seen that kind of burden.
Yeah, we lost so many people post-pandemic too. Nurses left after. It was so challenging. Yeah. So in addition to all these other factors, we're just in a position of having a huge, a large shortage.
Yeah, I did want to say one thing. I would be very careful about just reducing some of these things to what the salaries are. I remember when I first came out in hospitals, my first job was at a pediatrician at a hospital, and they were starting to do incentive-based stuff to try to work. And I said, well, everybody, all of us decided to be pediatricians, the worst paid specialty of anything in medicine. And then we decided to be primary care pediatricians, the worst paid of the specialties within pediatrics. And then we decided to be academic primary care pediatricians, the worst paid of the primary care pediatricians. We might not be very responsive to economic incentives. You might be overstating what this can do. And, I think some of the stuff is, when Tom brings up, let's get this new exciting way that we are teams. The nurse is not alone. We're with the nutritionist. We're with the physician. We're with all of this group. The salaries are important, and I would love my pediatrician brethren and my primary care brethren to get more salaries. But as we're talking about, it is, what is the system? What is the opportunity for impact? What is the debt when you start? This is a much more complicated thing that we can get at those things. I think that's part of why we're excited about interdisciplinary, and whether that interdisciplinary should be expanded at URI to include physicians or other things is a really important discussion that we won't solve today. But getting at these issues of how we really fully go team, how do we really fully use the technology and some of the research things we're excited about to make the work more impactful and to more workable for the people trying to do it. So I just want to make sure we didn't lose sight that it is a single thing like salary. It's one of the things, but it is more complex than that. And I think that's where there is the excitement of what we can do here at URI to really try to transform things more.
We just want them to make enough money so they can come back and give to you.
I want that too.
Chairman.
Combining what we heard from before and following up on Margot's discussion, any innovative approaches being undertaken in other states? You talked about how, because we are a small state, we have the unique ability to pull policymakers keep people in the professions together to kind of try some innovative things. Are there other areas of the country or maybe other parts of the world that are looking at approaches to delivering healthcare in a different way than the current model that we have? And in particular, looking at some of the barriers between the different healthcare professionals. And I remember, each side kind of jealously guards its profession. I remember when I was in the assembly, we had the optometrist versus the ophthalmologist, and could they put drugs in the eye? And it was and then it was nurse anesthesiologist, and so forth. So we're still going to have a primary care problem, even if we put a medical school in place here at URI at some place in the future. We're still going to have some challenges. Are there ways in which we can innovatively deliver healthcare? I mean, a lot of people are now going to minute care at CVS. Some of that, it's kind of a default primary care situation. Are there ways that we can kind of look at what's happening elsewhere and maybe try to develop that model?
Happy to answer that question. So, and again, biased towards pharmacy, but there are several states that have, and they're increasing each year, have where pharmacists have provider status and they can bill for their services. So, doing minor ailments, just like at the Minute Clinic, where people can come in and get testing or for strep or urinary tract infections. A lot of states, Rhode Island is not there yet. We're a little bit behind, but increasing access. We hear all the time that 95% of Americans are within, 5 miles of a pharmacy. There is a pharmacist, there is a healthcare professional on every corner that can help serve the needs and these access issues. And if pharmacists could have provider status and reimbursed for the services they provide, just like psychologists and midwives and physician assistants and PAs or, physical therapists, pharmacists are not reimbursed for their services. We're part of the model. We could really increase access, especially for minor ailments what people need. And many states are doing that. We're pushing it at the State House, but we are not there yet.
There are lots of little models out there of one or two disciplines. Certainly the food is medicine, writing prescription for food, those sorts of things. Then pediatrics, there's been great examples of legal lawyers and physicians getting together around housing advocacy. But I don't think we've really gotten anywhere to this full model that Tom was talking about, where we're really trying to get all of these disciplines. So I think there's lots of pieces we can pull from different parts of the country, but I do think there is a leap we need to take that we would really be a big leap that is not just grabbing it from somewhere else, in my opinion.
Yeah, and similarly, there are nurse-led models of care. We in the American Academy of Nursing, we have something called the Edge Runners, which are all about nurse models, led care models, which are typically they are interdisciplinary in nature, and they're really to get one of those, you're really needing to show your outcomes in terms of health, but you're also needing to show financial impact. So they do exist. It's I think it's back to this notion of how do you bring together and how do you have the synergy and the structure and the process in place to actually bring something like that forward. We
Yeah,
were
you
just at a
guys should
meeting
get together
yesterday
and find a
talking
way,
about
find a way to get
silos.
money from NIH.
Pardon?
Put a pilot together, put a group together and get research dollars to put this on, right, to do a pilot. And say, okay, we're gonna do something, it's gonna be unique, it's gonna be something different in the country. Everyone is struggling with this. It's not, we're all struggling around the table with it. We struggle in our families with it. It's gonna break, it's gonna be a tsunami coming at us as the demographics in the country change. So
I was going to say demographics really worsen it.
something, I bet you could get funded and take care of harm and screwed for nothing.
Other questions? Oh, yes, Melissa. Yeah, it's just more of maybe a comment, but I do think there's also some question about like where we deliver care, right? I know with the new essentials that guide the baccalaureate programs in nursing, lots of discussion clearly around and support for primary care, but also community-based care. So I do think that's another, when I think about what we're talking about today and kind of what's bubbling up is, not, our obviously our institutions are really important, but there are extensions of our institutions that, in terms of how we deliver or where we deliver care that are really important. So I appreciate all the work that's being done. So.
By the way, one comment. I'm involved with the Milwaukee Bucks. We're running a pretty serious experiment on this in Milwaukee with Freighted Medical School, the hospital, University of Wisconsin, taking these two areas. Well, philanthropy was involved. About 5 million was raised for this as well. And they're going to the toughest neighborhoods where diabetes and turns out that they eat 5 times as much fast food. And, lots of things have been, it's right in the middle of this. And it's been replicated by 5 or 6 other states, places where there's we put a freighted surgical thing in a practice. Turns out everybody came there to get any problem. They didn't have a surgery problem. They walked in because they thought it was a hospital. So then we included a pharmacy. Then we included a urgent care. Right, so it's now become a facility which can do all that, and that there's another facility that is seeing people for mental health. And so this is, it's way too early to say this could be successful, but a lot of people are involved in it. And it's really about trying to deliver something that's for the community, a better good. And we're measuring the results like as much as we can. And they're going to try to roll this out. The NBA is given $5 or $10 million to this to give for in trying to get that location into. And most of these areas are underprivileged, tough areas. And there's a common theme that's come through with the issues of.
Yeah, maybe, so very similar to what you just said, Mike, but, to Charlie, as examples elsewhere. So the University of Houston did start a medical school, which is community primary care. They're also in a tough area of the city of Houston that was not 5 times the rates of diabetes and so forth. And it's really this team-based approach. So they started very much like URI could start with nursing, pharmacy, all the other health sciences and allied health, and how to really have that local impact. So it's an example that's working and having impact. I can't go into everything now because it's very early days, but we do have an opportunity to be really on the leading edge of AI. Patrick knows exactly what I'm talking about with exactly the people that, and they're inspired to come to Rhode Island because it's such a small state that we have the potential to really pivot and have an impact at this, at the state healthcare. So that's something I don't think I'll be honest, I don't entirely understand it. It is a field that is moving so fast, but the opportunities are massive. And I think it would be not the best thing if we underestimate how important that's going to be in the future. And also, I would say also for K through 12 education, how we partner up there is something that's very important for the state of Rhode Island. So.
Great. I'd like to thank both or all, Patrick, Carrie, and Danny for joining us this afternoon, and we really thank you for your contribution. Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Barb. Okay, so the whole point of the retreat was to have some self-appraisal, so we have 8 minutes to do that. But, really, I'll kick it off and then Courtney, welcome your comments. This is what the board's about, right? Is to have these kind of in-depth discussions that can help the president and the administration and the leadership and the faculty to solve big problems. And we're not going to get at everything, but if we can get at a couple of these big things that fit with the vision of the university, that's exactly what the board should be doing. So I thought this was a fantastic conversation today. So maybe I'll just kick off with a couple comments. I thought the surveys were helpful, some good feedback. I think Courtney's going to run through some of the pieces of it. But I would just say that as a board, And I said before, I sit on a bunch of these boards and I was in a corporate board meeting all week this week and, it was painful because there's a lot of, really, really complex issues with the founder and, the board itself actually gets along well, but, it's really hard when there's conflict and you can't get to the real issues. You can't get to the strategy because you're dealing with the conflicts. And all I kept thinking was, I just got to get to the URI board meeting so I can just be relieved. Come on, Mike. But I think there's a few things that that we do well, and there's a reason why the board's working, and I point out a few of them. One is that I think we do a good job of attending and being prepared and then being present. I don't see a lot of people like distracted and trying to do, multitask. People are really focused on what we're talking about. And I think those are elements that contribute to great discussion and great outcomes. So I think we're good at that. I think we are good, but could be better at probing and asking questions. I do think there was, and I kicked it off, but I think it was a little bit of a love fest on the president's review because we do love Mark. But there are places where, as board members, we want to ask good questions that can help our leaders to look around the corners. Because sometimes you get stuck in sort of what's happening right now when you're leading an organization. We all know this. So I think if we can be the people that sort of look down the road and ask those kind of questions, I think we're good at it. I think we could even be even better at that. And then I think a couple of you hit on this. Mike, you said it, and a couple of others said it. We're not always going to know exactly what where you can lean in individually. I think sometimes it's obvious because we know what your skill sets are. But I think if you see that opportunity, raise your hand and get involved because the president and the leadership and we want you to be involved. So if you see places where you have particular expertise or you have particular relationships, feel free, call Mark, call me, get involved because I think sometimes we don't always see it. And I know that every single person in this room has individual capability to advance the university. So I think we could do a better job of pulling that out. And I think as board members, we could do a better job of raising our hand and saying, hey, I'm good at this. Let me have at this. And some of that came through the comments in the survey. So that was helpful. So let me stop there and I'll hand it over to Courtney.
Yeah, I think agree on all of those. One of the areas I also saw within the report showed a lot of the things that I think year after year we see. I think we're really proud as a board of the work that we do, the way that we govern and the way that we support senior leadership at URI. I think it was clear in the self-assessment that the board feels like they're able to contribute what they feel is an important level of contribution and utilizing their strengths. And so that was great. And I think year after year, we see that continuing to grow more towards the 4s and the 5s and less in the 3s or the 2s in the rating system. There was a couple of areas that the report really showed, I think, and brought into life. And I want to ask some questions around it, albeit we have 7 minutes. So one is there was a genuine desire amongst the board to elevate our professional development related to the area of higher education and all that encompasses higher ed. And so my question is what are the specific areas that we may want to look to professional development opportunities? Because as a governance committee, we can harness and think about that a little further. Any thoughts? Any areas in particular? All right, I see lots of eds going up and thinking, so feel free to come to me afterwards and let's think about it. But it's a prompting question. I think it's important for all of us to figure out.
A lot of people feel that way.
There was a number of people, yeah. I think the other area that we saw that had the most range of answers was around diversity, around JEDI, justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. And a lot of folks had a lot of interest in doing more and learning more and continuing to grow on their journey. I'm looking at Markeisha because I think she's going to be my partner in this effort as we think through how we can provide that support to the board members. How can we incorporate those times and moments in the board, maybe outside of the board, where we're learning and growing and enhancing? Because if you looked at the scoring system, it really was across the board between 1, meaning not at all effective, all the way to 5, extremely effective. I think the board really feels like that's the greatest area of opportunity for us to grow. And so we will look at that. Markeisha and I and the governance committee will think through what that might look like and how we can then incorporate that into our work moving forward as a board. Charlie.
Courtney, I didn't have that first item on my list, but what I think would be interesting to me is to enhance the effectiveness of the board. Maybe learn a little, I'm reading these articles from the Chronicle of Higher Education about boards that have failed for a variety of reasons and what led them to do that. Even boards at very prestigious institutions, when we look at how they dealt with the situation with Israel and Gaza, even some of the stories you read about relationships with the administration becoming adverse or becoming too compliant. I think sometimes it would be helpful to have some examples to make sure that we keep on the track we're on, I think. Mm-hmm. So we don't get too complacent, with our satisfaction, and that we understand what our role really is here.
I love that. And we can add that, Michelle, I'm looking at you as an aspect of our governance committee and ongoing discussions. I like that. Great. Joe?
Just picking up on what Charlie was saying. I know in some of the boards that I'm involved in, it's all about best practice. Mm-hmm. What's the best practice? And so I would just say it's always nice to have some evaluation, some scorecard that tells us how we're doing, mm-hmm. Whatever that is.
Agreed. Any other thoughts? Mike?
I'll share that I think that I think weaving in a conversation about value creation is probably worthy of the conversation. I know it's a term out of the glossary from business, but a lot of what we were talking about, especially the last panel, was how do we create? And really what we're talking about is how do we make it more valuable for somebody to come here than to go someplace else, and or create a program that creates more value for someone to want to come here. So I think that kind of terminology, or that path of thought, might be one we want to weave in a little bit more explicitly into the conversations that we have. Because that's what we're saying. It's more valuable for somebody to come and stay here than it is to do something else.
Yeah, agreed. Great. Any other thoughts on how we can continue to strengthen our board, what we might need to be thinking about in the coming year? Mark.
Yeah, so just to comment, one thing, and it's sort of to Joe's comment about best practice, I think having the committee meetings now, whenever it is 1 week, 2 weeks before the main meeting, has been a big improvement. It was, for those of you who remember, where you tried to squeeze everything into a day and a half, it just was not. So that's a massive improvement. I would say that we probably need to think about, and I think liaisons really need to talk with all the vice presidents and other, the AD and so forth, about prep before the meeting and what that involves in terms of time. So I think there's an opportunity for a little bit of probably whoever's chairing the committee to actually have an offline conversation and talk about how they could do that a little bit better.
Yep.
I saw, Mark, you commented on that a couple times, that it seemed like is it the workload? Is it the time frame?
It's kind of just, I think that we have colleagues that suddenly see a massive spike in workload that probably is not really necessary. And it could be.
So over preparation for these meetings, or?
No, I mean, I think we're well prepared, and I think we have to be well prepared, and it's serious business. So I think that part, but I think there needs to be a little bit more reflection there. I don't want to just take it all
Yeah.
on myself right now, but I think it would be important that, you know, if Neil, you talk with Barb and you talk with Ellen and, you know, and then the other committees, Tom, you talk to, so I'm mixing everybody up, Bethany, but, you know, Tom, if you.
I need more clarity.
Yeah,
Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too.
Please talk, members of the board, please talk to your university leadership liaison and ask them what it's really like to get ready for a board meeting. Okay, and
Yeah.
let's leave, yeah. Sorry?
Talk to few people.
No,
I think you just want them to partner up so that they can understand what the.
what it's
deans are
actually
what the-
taking
Yeah,
and,
to get
and,
ready to come in here.
and where are the hangups, because it is a lot of work.
Yes.
It is a ton of work and
Yes.
I know, just having my own board meeting this week, my staff, it is especially month before, getting things ready, putting draft agendas together, having conversations with the chairs of those committees, making sure that volunteer management is not easy. And I think but it's important, right? And so I do think we'll take the charge that all committee chairs should talk to their liaisons and see what we might be able to do to improve that. I will say, I don't know if there's a whole lot to do, but I'm sure there's some type of opportunities for effectiveness. And so we'll take that as a to-do for sure. I just, as I think about my own work with my volunteers, getting them ready, annotated agendas, all of the various things are critically important so that it runs smooth. But maybe we can make sure we add some structure and efficiencies in it. And so we'll work on that.
We should also talk about the frequency
Yep.
of the committee meetings.
Yep.
I mean, they don't have to follow the cadence that we have.
Yep.
We don't need them. We shouldn't have them.
Yep.
They're not, I mean, if it doesn't add value, then it shouldn't be make work for.
Exactly.
These guys
Yeah.
got enough work to do, so.
Yeah, Michelle and I have talked about that even for governance, like which ones are really important. Can we consolidate things? So I think vice chair should look at their calendars. That's purposely why we put those together and see if there's things that maybe don't require to be its own separate meeting, right?
And I would say that also can go back to the liaison though, to say, hey, we can do we can do all these things in one meeting. We don't need to meet every quarter. So we almost went, when we created the bylaws and created the whole calendar, it was because we were following the university calendar. So we don't have to, if we can consolidate that, every board member would rather not meet 4 times a year
Right.
in a committee meeting. So I think that's totally a great suggestion.
Yep, and we can look into that. So we'll take
Yeah.
that as a to-do.
What about the day of the week? I'm hearing a little bit of discussion about whether Friday is an ideal day. I'm just cognizant, Monica travels. I know Robbie's often on video. Mike travels. I travel sometimes. Is there another day of the week that would be better?
For another day, I probably wouldn't come.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, like Monday.
To
horrible
out.
For in my world, and then if it's like on a Wednesday.
It blows the whole week.
I wouldn't be able to come on a regular.
Yeah.
It's still
Friday-
video,
I think Friday.
but to travel, for me, it's easier if it's on personal agenda. If it's easier for me if it's Friday, and then, just be off Thursday, Friday versus trying to do this whole middle of the.
I think people were talking about a Tuesday. No. Yeah, I think for working people, it's tough. Sorry, Mike. You have a plane, for God's sakes. Yeah, why don't you fly out and pick Monica up, and then you can come here.
I'll come on Tuesday then.
Deal.
I do.
I'm gonna come from New York.
Quality time together.
By the way, I have two thoughts about the board that I wanted to share. One is, I've been on a bunch of boards. This board is very well functioning. Leadership, I think, really matters. You do a great job of that. It's the most process-oriented board I've been on. And I think a lot of these things seem so, when you do come up here, you make the effort, come in, then get a hotel room, the Holiday Inn. Hey, they tried to charge me for last night, by the way. I canceled. But anyway, But I was gonna say Shay Ryan, but yeah, we want it to be substantive and be worthwhile. When we read these things for 15 motions or I think that it went through that much quicker today. Instead, we can get this less processed.
Yeah, we're trying. I mean, it's really,
It's just, when I come here, sometimes I feel like it was a waste of time to
Yeah.
come, we can read anything, and I'm just being, as always, blunt. Secondly, the committees, I think, function inconsistently. You know, I think they, we're not so unhappy, there's certain things that we can't know because the state guidelines or something, we gotta go in, that's crazy, we're the board. And it's stupid. If I was gonna get an operation, I'd go, hell, no, let's give the state the proof before I ask who the doctor is. That it makes no sense to me. So there's some very simple things I think that we have to kind of focus on to make it more effective. And the committee meetings don't have to be they could be, it's a meeting. And then the more the board can think about, I happen to don't think, I haven't been on a planning committee where they're trying to have a law school and one with I happen to think this medical idea will be a lot of time in a non-starter. I do think if you could create a 5-year program, be an MBA, a 3-year program where there's lots of ideas that speed time and get into the job market could be great. So the board should spend more time on strategy stuff like we did today. And I'm thinking, and given out, we're not gonna help running the $4 million, thing. So it just seems like we spend way more time. I mean, maybe it's because it's public. I've never been on a public university board, so.
it's 100% because it's public. Like, we would never do, I mean, none of my boards function this way.
Right.
So, but well, to your point, and one of our departing board members actually made this suggestion of how we do voice votes. Like, we used to go around the room because that was what the law said, and then we checked and we were like, we don't have to go around the room. We can see each other. Right.
For Rhode Island law 15, 16, 14,
Right.
9. No, has anybody clue?
Right. But those are the things, unfortunately, that we do have to read that stuff. But if there are efficiencies,
Yeah.
we're going to keep working on that.
Well, one of the things as an example is we had a process prior to that required at the time that we looked at policies at one meeting and then approved policies at the next meeting. We're changed that completely. We're streamlining that. So we are looking for those places and spaces, Mike, where we can streamline. But to your point, because it's a public meeting, there are things we have to do.
I understand. I said that to Capra. I got it.
Yeah.
I would,
I mean, the omnibus today was a victory.
I know.
the omnibus was good. I would say, one suggestion I had on Mark, on your presentation, if you just sent it, if it's out to the board, we can read it before. You don't need to just, I don't think you need to go through every slide and just talk about where we are with the strategic issues, right? What are we doing since we last met around this particular issue? And then each meeting, I think the board should dive into one of the issues you need help on or you want to discuss, like what we did today, and not go through the perfunctory. We can read what you told us and just make it easier for you, make it easier for us, and shorten the meeting. What's that?
You allocate the time differently, even if it's not a short meeting.
Yeah, I don't care about the short, right.
No, it's more of like a CEO.
Time to more.
It's a CEO strategy update versus
Yes.
like, yeah, I gotcha.
This is what we
Yeah.
did. This is where we went to the ocean and we saw these. I get it, and it's interesting, but we should be able to just read that as a board ahead of time. You shouldn't have to do that I think.
And look at that similarly in committees, because I think what I heard you saying, Mark, is it's a lot of time for the board, but it's also a lot of time for the staff to prepare extensive, very detailed presentations. And do we need that level of detail, or can it be more at the strategic level? And can it be prepared? And then there's just some opportunity to ask the staff questions, or but A, decide where we want to be as it relates to the content, and then B, how do you want to conduct the meeting?
We need to help you make broader change, the issues that you're facing, not running the university. We don't, it's not our job. Whether there's things that you're thinking about the next 2 years, whether it's the dorms or academic issues or medical school, but those are the kind of things that new sources of revenue online. I mean, I'd like to be discussing that. I don't know where we are in online or the master's programs. Those are big things that will change the university.
So it's really condensing the bureaucratic stuff as much as we can, maybe getting it, even pressing into committees.
Right.
And preserving this for strategic discussion. Yeah.
That usually be with comment around needing to understand more about higher education came from, like, if we are making decisions
Right.
about granular higher education, we would need to be more educated, but I don't know that that's the expectation of the board from a strategy perspective.
Definitely. Yeah, I agree. Anything, Jay?
No, it was just, you already said it, Mike. I thought today's meeting was actually one of the better ones because not only did I learn, first of all, we have two rock stars on the board that know the
Yeah.
healthcare system like
Yeah,
they
that's
do.
great.
But to get to know you as individuals on the board, but also learn about the healthcare system. And as the second panel started, I'm just thinking about, we're going to have here a new way to deliver healthcare. And we can help, what part can we as a university play just by hearing what everyone on the panel was talking about? So that was, I thought, very helpful. And as a board member, it was exciting for me to,
Good. Okay. This is great. Thank you very much. And have a great summer. And I always forget to do this, but we have to adjourn. So we have a motion to adjourn.
There's another-
So moved. So moved. Mike, can I have a motion to adjourn? Can I have a second? Second. All those in favor, please say yes. All right. Thank you. Have a great summer.
Hey.